the LCS and the LEC, there's a lot of Faker shirts today.
Always are. Yeah,
there
really
are a couple.
Yeah, it really doesn't matter. Even in the LCK, like on days where other teams play, you're gonna see a couple of T1.
You just wear it, probably.
Yeah,
you know?
of course.
Every day is a good day to wear a Faker shirt.
I just appreciate that you wore your Cloud9 blue.
Yes, it helped.
To separate.
It helped on the first day, actually, even though it was against Mad. So let's take a look at what happened yesterday, because in fact we had our tournament favorites in JDG and Gen G locking in their spot in the quarterfinals, and that also means, Chronicler, that they might meet in the final.
And that makes me so happy, because the storylines, if these two teams end up meeting in finals, right? Ruler playing against his old team, Chovy and Kanavi, who used to be on Griffin together, Chovy versus Knight, who really rate each other, and we've never seen them, especially not in a series like that, if they end up meeting in finals. I can't wait, and with how they performed as well, I think they're also the favorites to make it, at least right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams looking incredible. I think, you know, for most people coming into the tournament, the top three were those teams, and then LNG, who obviously took one game in the best of three, but still has not been able to take down JDG. But to be fair, no one really takes down JDG these days.
That's
so
a good point.
It's nothing special. They beat everyone.
That's a good point. And speaking of draws and, you know, maybe something you wouldn't like, let's talk about what has been alive in the community the last couple of days. And we need to talk about our head ref, Sungbo Shim, who I want to say he's the villain for some communities.
He's
and then
the
he's the hero for the others.
He's the GOAT of the Western community. This guy has been giving NA and EU some good draws, I would say. You know, Fnatic got Gam, then we got Gam. We got each other a bunch, which is the draws you're cheering for.
I just appreciate his stone cold face as he's drawing double LCK teams going up against one another. Also love the tweet from...
That's the guy you want, you know, when there's some chaos going down, he's going to stay calm.
I have the utmost faith. If anything goes wrong, he steps in. Not really anymore.
Absolutely.
Oh, you know.
That's actually true. He just radiates calm energy.
Yeah.
He was, you get makeup for these things, and he walked out of the room the first time the draw happened, and he was like, in 10 minutes, everyone will hate me. So he knew what he was up for. Secondly, someone who's also been loosey-goosey and cheeky is a Scout. Yeah, both in his interviews, on his stories, and his statements overall, and this one was cool.
He's been smurfing on and off the Rift. He's been giving really fun interviews. He's been crushing it in-game. A lot of people calling out Scout as potentially, you know, the best player in the world right now as well. He's been kind of creeping up those power rankings.
And I love the quote as well. He's so good-looking and so tall. I think he's a perfect man. He's also good at the game. Some people just have it all.
Was this a quote about Chronicler Shocks?
Yeah, wait, maybe.
No, Azil.
Just so good looking,
I can
so
see it.
tall.
I can see it.
This is my least favorite thing of the day.
Yeah.
I hope it's only uphill from here.
Yeah, speaking about praising, Hansama is a K-pop idol. He's been going absolutely viral in the Korean community and the Weibo community, so I'm going to say worldwide for his look.
Absolutely. It's so funny to me because this is just a teenage rom-com in real life where the girl who's, just no one loves her and she's this nerdy girl and she takes off her glasses, gets a haircut, and now she's the hottest girl around. You know, it's like, it's so funny.
All he needed was a ponytail and overalls and it would be the complete look, right? and now look at him dressed in Ralph Lauren. Wasn't enough, unfortunately, to
No, I think he took it too far. You know, Ezreal has kind of similar haircuts, so he's like, I'm going to play that, but like...
He's trying to join Heartsteel. It's getting to his head.
Maybe not. Okay, in any case, we've got our very first best of one for the day, which is T1 up versus C9. And we're going to hear from someone who's been, and I think all of these matchups versus C9, it's T1's Faker.
두 번째 스위스 스테이지 치르고 나서 일단 저희가 충분히 이길 수 있었던 경기였는데 패배를 했다는 게 굉장히 아쉽긴 했지만 그래도 또 이제 배운 점이 있다고 생각하고 저희가 그룹 스테이지이기 때문에 아직은 충분히 발전할 일이 많다고 생각합니다. 1승 1패로 다음 매치를 하게 됐는데 1승 1패 구간에서는 저는 반드시 이겨야 좀 집중 확률이 많이 높아진다고 생각하기 때문에 굉장히 중요한 경기라고 생각하고 임할 것 같습니다.
Come up, I should say, as now Keria is here. He's got a combo going as the rest of Gen G is trying to come out and punish this, but it's actually T1 who are now in a 3v2 situation. Peanut has to flash away. Even Guma's joining the fight, and T1 are going to start this one off with a bang. They get first blood for Faker.
스위스 스테이지 방식이 굉장히 매 경기가 중요한 경기다 보니까 저희 팀 선수들이 좀 긴장하는 경우도 있어서 경기력이 잘 안 나오는 경우도 있는데 그래도 그만큼 적응하고 나면 앞으로 있을 스테이지에서 도움이 될 거라고 생각합니다. 제가 지금까지 보여드린 경기력은 아직 좋진 않았지만 앞으로는 더 강해질 거라고 말해주고 싶습니다. 이번 스위스 스테이지 통해서 팬분들께 저희의 강한 모습 보여드릴 수 있게 열심히 노력하겠습니다.
Faker saying the Swiss stage, it can be tricky. We have to be focused today. One thing I noticed, we mentioned it already, the praise for Faker and the love for Faker like transcends all regions and kind of all biases overall. And he is such a pivotal point of this T1 lineup. We saw it when he wasn't there for a while, how much we missed him.
Yeah, T1 was already struggling a little bit, but it still felt like they were able to beat a lot of the weaker teams. The moment that Faker left, it was really, really rough. The only one that moderately looked like himself was Leaguess, and everyone else on the team really wasn't able to keep up.
Just don't know what you have till it's gone.
Exactly.
Gotta appreciate Faker.
Yeah.
I think they do, especially now.
Even more.
Exactly. When we look at this matchup versus Cloud9, you know I'm going to pull it up. I'm sorry, Azael, but the record of C9 versus T1 is nothing to write home about, unfortunately. But today can be the day. It has to be today.
Yeah, so they haven't beaten them ever historically. It is 0-6 now, the total record between C9 and T1.
It's okay, is it?
But, you know, they may have never won, and there hasn't been any upsets at the event. But I think it means we're building towards something, because there is always upsets in the group stage. We haven't had a single upset in group stage so far.
Why not me, C9's
Exactly. Within the regional matchups, the higher seed is always winning. With the inter-regional matchups, the favored region is always winning, it feels like. And, you know, Cloud9 did look good against LNG, so there is some cope there for sure. T1 obviously are coming in heavy favorites, but I do think, you know, if C9 were to be able to pull this off, that would be a massive, massive win, one of the big ones for their history.
Let's talk about that match versus LNG. You say they had a huge chance there, C9. So what did you see that you were happy of that you want to see replicated today?
I mean, I think both against their win against Mad and against LNG, their early and mid game, they were really calm, they were coordinated, they came into it with a very clear plan. I think the only time we've really seen them fall short, and it was the same thing for TL versus T1, was in the later stage in the 5v5s. That's where the Eastern teams really seem to have that leg up. And I think that's where we're going to have to see Cloud9 really step it up, because I do believe that they could, if they're having a really good game, compete in the early and mid game. I just have questions about late.
Yeah, and obviously I'm always going to favor T1. I think that even though the game against TL was rough, against Gen G you can't really hold it against them. But what we see here from C9 I think is going to be pivotal today. The main thing that I think T1 has been struggling with is they're still playing in many ways like they are the T1 of Spring, where they can just take everything, push in every lane and always get away with it. But if they give C9 a lead in the early game, if they, or C9 rather finds a way to punish those early overextensions, I think that's the one angle they have, because you're going on even footing, and team fight against T1, I don't think you're ever winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you can't get ahead, you know, one of the things that a lot of teams were doing against T1, and in the past it had been this meme, you know, you're talking about Chronicler, where Faker in a side lane, if you kill him in a side lane, T1's getting something else elsewhere. But more recently, it's felt like they haven't really been getting something else. We saw that TL tried to attack them in the side lanes, try to take advantage of that. So if you can open up the map, maybe find Faker in those side lanes, try to make something happen there, maybe avoid that full-on 5v5 and try to really look for picks. Because I do think Blabber has been playing really well in both the games, and if he can be a big presence for Cloud9, maybe they can win out in some of these skirmishes. And
it's also the worst performing member on the roster, even though I think he gets way more flag than he deserves, is Owner, right? Individually, Zeus still really strong, but Owner has been struggling, and I think for Blabber, today's day showed that you can't only play scaling picks like the City, but you can actually make use of the fact that Owner early on doesn't seem to be putting in the performances that he was last year.
Yeah, and step up to make that difference. The same thing might be true for the bot lane, because it's Berserker versus his former organization T1 and Gumayushi in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
In today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, we have Berserker facing off against the organization where he started his career back in 2020 on T1 Challengers. He was ultimately looked over for the bot lane position on the main team by none other than the man he plays against today, Gumayushi. Berserker has been the shining ray of hope for this Cloud9 roster, not only at Worlds, but throughout the entire year. C9 is always able to rely on the safety net that is Berserker's hyper-carried playstyle.
But he's overstepped, and Gazi's gonna get punished by Berserker!
Is their long-time international kryptonite, T1. And just as Berserker has been C9's reliable late-game carry, Gumayushi has been T1's. Now C9 face their old nemesis in T1. Berserker must also face his in Gumayushi. The hopes of the LCS, the pride of the LCK are on the line. Who will come out on top?
I think the interesting thing about this is that, well, everything you said is true, and he is that kind of shining light for Berserker in the LCS. Again, we talked about in 5v5, they haven't really been able to get it done against these top Eastern teams, and Berserker and Sven are not known to dominate lanes, so I think they're going to have to find those early skirmishes. They're going to have to try to get him involved if they want him to be a big factor in this game, because he can't just sit back and scale and expect to out 5v5 T1 later.
I mean, versus Matt is a good example, you know. Sven was roaming a lot, he was impacting, and there was impact in the lane. That could be good. We heard it there. You said it because it was your first word.
Yeah.
Beautifully done, by the way.
Wow, incredible.
T1, wonderful.
What can he do?
What can't he do? T1 is the kryptonite of Cloud9, so who's Lex Luthor in this scenario, do you think? What's the hardest
guy.
thing? What's the hardest thing for C9 to deal with?
Well, it's got to be either the team fighting once you get to mid to late game. I think that's also been a recurring thing throughout the entirety of this tournament. Once you get to team fights, it feels like even the best Western teams can't quite match the East, and I think that applies here as well. And secondly, I think Zayas is still a really tough nut to crack. And the draft is going to give me a really good idea, I think, going into this match, because we did see that Guma and Carrier played, especially in the first match, really for Prio.
Yeah.
Would expect to see that here today to try and shut Berserker down.
I'm just so interested, you talked about the draft, if we're thinking that C9 has to get aggressive early, that hasn't really been Blabber's playstyle for a while. If you think back to like 2018 Blabber, he was known as this coin flippy guy. He's going to go aggressive, he's going to fight you. Now he's all about efficiency, and we saw that in his picks in the first two games as well. He went to Leah, then said Wani. He's going to try to power farm, he's going to try to get levels, and he's going to try to make sure when he's going for a gank, it's a really good angle, and it's a time that it's going to make it happen. Some people were critical of the fact that they were spending so much time top trying to help out Fudge against LNG, because a lot of people, especially in the community, feel like you need to be going to Berserker if he's your best player. But if you're too obvious with where you're going to go and you only play one style, then these teams are going to shut you down every time.
Now, Mao, you've also said that there are some bad habits from the side of T1. So even though maybe the straight 5v5 is a problem for C9, perhaps in the setup they can win?
Yeah, it's the thing with T1 is that if they play the way we saw them play in the LCK playoffs, I definitely think they have a shot. But I do think you can still see the issues that have plagued this team for the entirety of summer, ever since MSI. It just doesn't feel like they're on the same page. And whereas previously I think a lot of people were just blaming the draft for T1, to me now it still feels like the synergy between owner and carrier that made them go as far as mid last Worlds isn't really there. Individual performances have been a little bit hit or miss, and particularly in the early game, and the TL game was the best example of this, they will handshake on every single play. And if you can find a way to maybe punish an overextension, someone going too deep, I think that's the only angle you have. I think this might be the one opportunity you have as well, because I think T1 is going to scale into the tournament really well.
I think one of the difficulties about trying to replicate what TL did is that Pyosik had a truly heroic game. His Lee Sin was insane. One of the best jungle games we've seen in the whole tournament from any player. So you can't just say, just do what TL did.
Just do that, bro.
It's easier said than done.
Yeah. Solo kill faker.
Are you saying Blabber can't replicate that?
I think he can, but to expect it, on a dime, no player I think can give you that game every time.
It's like a 1% game.
Yeah.
Even for Pyosik.
Yeah.
Right? Let's not pretend that Pyosik is this paragon of consistency.
Actually, it's like a 0.20 or something.
Oh, yeah.
Like it's,
I love
it was
the guy,
insane. But I think, though, to that point, that is what it's going to come down to for a C9 to get put in a favorable position to move to T1, and a favorable position. This is what you have to channel.
Yeah, you have to play at your top level. C9 really needs to bring their best possible performance.
They do, and with the final Best of Ones of Worlds 2023 ahead of us, it's all about securing the best position for the upcoming Best of Year. It's time to kick off Swiss Stage Day 4.
Let's go!
일단 이번 스위스 스테이지가 어떤 경기든 굉장히 의미 있고 굉장히 중요한 경기이기 때문에 매 경기가 이제 저희가 배울 점이 있는 것 같아서 좀 좋다고 생각합니다.
It is Worlds. The intensity it's just different, but we're trying to adjust to that.
저는 오늘 스스로가 확실히 안 것 같아요. 좀 너무 안일하게 생각한 부분이 있었고 이제 곧 한 팀과 정해져서 이제 1승 1패 팀들끼리 맞붙게 될 텐데
I've learned throughout the years, you play against the biggest names and you realize that they are actually humans. They can also make mistakes. It doesn't really matter the name.
If anyone doubts me, that gives me a lot of extra motivation. keep doubting because honestly, it's good fuel for me.
Fnatic were looking closer to bringing this back. They are separated.
If any team loses their confidence after losing 1 or 2 matches, they're never going to be good and they are just not going to be a contender. Strongest players, they just want to be the best and nothing else matters.
VOG smell a moment of weakness, go all in, and that might net them the dragon.
我其实不会考虑我们会打谁吧，我也不会考虑我队友是谁，我也不会考虑我们是1杠1或者0杠2或者什么，只需要想着我们到底要怎么样打好前场比赛，我们还有哪些地方不足需要改进，就尽力打好每场比赛就行了嘛。
저희는 LCK에서도 어느 팀을 만나도 이기기도 했고 이길 수 있는 팀이었기 때문에 다른 팀들이 저희 팀을 상대하면 방심하지 않았으면 좋겠습니다.
이번 패배를 통해서 많은 걸 얻었다고 생각하고요.
제 사전에 포기란 단어는 없습니다.
Obviously we played not perfect. We might be down, but we are not out.
It's T1 that just roll over the top of
뭐 팬분들의 기대가 저에게 있어서는 굉장한 동기부여가 되고 그리고 스스로 결과를 이기고 지고를 제가 결정할 수는 없겠지만 저는 제 최선을 다하는 것에 굉장한 자부심을 느끼고 열심히 하고 있습니다.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023 Swiss stage. I am Valdez, with me is Wolf, and of course Jet joining us today for the TriCast. This one's going to be a lot of fun. 1-1 teams, they've won 1 game, they've lost 1. They're right in the middle of the pack, trying to get the big win today. How are you guys doing on this lovely day?
I'm feeling pretty good, and we're going to find out who's going to pull ahead of the pack, who's going to fall behind, but especially because we're starting things off with T1 versus Cloud9. I'm glad we have the numbers advantage over here, Valdez, but I think we're going to have a pretty unbiased cast, don't you think so, Jet?
I agree. I feel like from years of casting international events, I am very good at staying unbiased, whether you're winning or losing, and I think we're just going to have a good, solid game, even if C9 has lost 6 consecutive games to T1 at the World Championship.
It has been SK Telecom and T1's game when these teams have met in the past, and both of these teams find themselves at a 1-1 here. T1 facing old rivals in Gen G in that loss, and Cloud9 falling to LNG, one of the toughest contenders in this tournament. Most people would favor T1 going into this matchup, but we saw T1 showcase some weaknesses in that opening game against Team Liquid. Rocky early game, Faker getting caught in sides. It was some mistakes from Team Liquid and also just better team fighting from T1 at the end of the day that helped them cross the finish line.
Yeah, and I feel like both of these teams, as you mentioned, their stats do look very similar. Shocker, they are both 1-1. But even the paths of their games have been a little bit similar. The fact that T1 had a pretty substantial goal lead against Gen G before getting caught a few times and losing some crucial team fights down the stretch, that was similar to C9's game as well when they lost. So they were able to actually kill Scout, almost took LNG down, but then lost late game team fights. So as we're in the draft, the big question for me was, what is C9 going to do on red side? We were thinking Caitlyn, Kalista, and Orianna bans, but we're going to see what happens.
Yeah, this is a big moment. You come into a game, it's a best of 1. You got to have the best draft possible prepared in this very contentious matchup. There's the Renata. We've been talking a little bit about how that has been climbing in priority, and they're just going to take it away from Keria altogether.
Yeah, so this generally means Kalista or Orianna are going to be going through, which is not something that C9 has let through, and Orianna is something that Faker has played both games.
Yeah, this is a really big question, right? If you feel like you can conquer Faker's Orianna, Chovy could do it. They'll ban the Azir. This is a pick that Faker has often been reliant on. We'll see if T1 will actually take the Kalista first here and break tradition from what we've seen from them so far, or if it is going to be the Orianna. They'll actually go to Guma Zaya. Now, this pick has such an insane win rate at this tournament, and it has been the best teams that are prioritizing it the highest, and it's one of Guma's best as well.
Yeah, Xayah itself is 11-2 at the World Championship. It's the most wins that any champion has won in the main stage thus far. And it was also Guma's most played in summer.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to touch on that. Guma is so strong on this pick. I'm glad that at least they take the Rakan away, because we saw a little bit of Xayah Rakan getting through yesterday. Weren't too happy about that on our side, but C9 is going to take that one away. They also take away Faker's Orianna, which is the only thing he has played so far, but I do have to say that first pick, Xayah, still very valuable here for the side of T1.
Now, Faker has gone back to Nico a lot in these types of scenarios where his priority pick is gone, the Azir is taken away, and I think he might actually save counter pick for the later part of this, but it will be the Rumble they pick up here for Zayas first, so already 2 top-tier picks going over the side of T1. We'll see if they want to grab an Alistar here as well. Doesn't show a whole lot. It's a top-tier support pick, one that Keria is very good at. And I think that if you want to hide Faker's pick for now and see if C9 are interested in going deeper down that rabbit hole, the Alistar's one of the safest picks you could grab here right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to keep support and mid to basically pinch C9's ability to ban out a specific role, but kind of just straight up power picks for T1 so far. Jarvan Rumble synergy is going to be really high. Rumble's a champion that hasn't made it through all that much. It's been banned 12 times so far in the main stage, the 4th most banned of all champions. But, I mean, there's a chance we just go through this entire draft 0 Kalista, so even though it was the most banned champion thus far, it'll go unpicked, unbanned this draft.
Yeah. Now, Zeri going to come through here for Berserker as the 80 carry pick. So Zeri Rakan, very strong in the late game. You have so much setup for this Zeri, and even though you don't have a front line in this draft just yet, there's a lot of strong picks you can utilize, like Cassante, that will give you that front line. We'll see if T1 want to take that away. You also have a pseudo front line, and that Rakan can hold choke points. You have Orianna to hold choke points. You can buy a lot of space for Zeri in a composition like this. Let's see if T1 want to keep the focus on that Cassante. The answer is yes.
Cassante has been all over the Rift, as we have seen so far at the world stage. The Nautilus against the Zeri taken off the board here. What is going to be this last ban for the side of C9?
Could just be the Alistar, you know, I was talking about a lot here. Just seems like a really safe choice. You can pinch that support pool because Faker is a bit of an unknown here in this draft, but you know what the top tier support picks are for sure, and it's a no-brainer here.
I think especially since Berserker will be so critical to any C9 win, just trying to make the T1 bottom lane as weak as possible via support bans is actually more important than trying to throw random bans at Faker.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting that T1 left, you know, Keria and potentially Faker here as the last picks, because these are the 2 guys that have the biggest champion oceans on the side of T1. So I think it gives you a lot of flexibility to just say, let's see what C9 are going to pick, and then we can decide what we want to do next.
I do wonder if Faker wants to play Nico to try to set up for Rumble and Jarvan combos here because it's left available, or if he'd rather go for something like a LeBlanc here. Strangely enough, it's not as popular these days, but it's a pick he's very well known for, and one that would allow him to side lane pretty efficiently, put some pressure on the Orianna later on, come in at side angles to threaten Zeri. It's definitely a pick that I think is pretty niche, but one he could pull out here. It's going to be Bard for Keria.
Well, what do we have here?
Wow.
Keria pulling out the first Bard of the tournament, and the Sylas going to be taken here as well. Definitely some decent ultimates on the opposite side. We've been seeing Chovy pick this up as well. The Sylas pretty interesting, I'd say.
Honestly, I've definitely seen better Sylas ultimates. Nothing here screams to me great Sylas pick. There's no Maokai or Alistar on the other side that would be super powerful. It's more of that Faker just wants this for the general theme of their team composition. And then the Velveth coming in for Blabber as well. It's actually a departure from what Blabber's played for most of the Summer Split. Summer Split was a lot of Maokai Sejuani duty, so a totally different look here for C9's jungler as far as what he's been playing recently.
There's a lot of pushing power with Jax and the Bel'Veth, of course. If you end up getting a lead or if you drop Rift Herald topside, if you win that early Rift Herald fight, there is so much you can gain from that. Pretty tough to win that fight, of course, against Sylas in that first battle of ultimate. Sylas will be able to match the Orianna ultimate. You have to deal with Equalizer. But I think if C9 can actually win the first Herald, drop it topside, they can get Jax pretty ahead, and then he's going to have an opportunity to be a big side lane threat later on to buy time for Zeri to be that late game carry. The composition here, I feel, for C9 is pretty vanilla, although Zeri's not as common, Bel'Veth a little bit rarer. You know what this comp is set out to do. For T1, I think the execution a lot more complex on how they're going to utilize this Bard pick.
Yeah, so 423 career games of record for Blabber. This is his second Velvet. So not the most common pick for him.
I'd be curious about the Bard numbers as well, because I know that Carrier has played it before, and it can work in terms of setting up some of the wombo combo they do have. But yeah, Velvet coming in, I think it definitely does have power. It can be a little bit feast or famine, but we have seen it feast a bit here at Worlds when we have seen it. So I think that C9 trying to bring in some pocket picks, trying to bring in some interesting stuff to potentially take down T1.
Got an answer for you on the Bard. 7-1. So that's 7 more wins than Blabber has on Velvet. And it's of almost 550 games for Carria's career.
It's quite a lot of games, and guys are ready to jump into the first game of the day. I think that tells you who the crowd is siding with for this one.
Oh, shocker.
I didn't hear a C9 cheer,
Weird.
strangely enough.
Where are we?
Well, hey, they've got Korean players on the roster, all right?
True.
Sometimes when you have T1 versus Genji or T1 versus KT, you feel like only T1 was there. This is by far the most popular team in Korea. They drown out a lot of fan chants. And we do have this early aggression here by T1 at level 1. Ultimately won't end up being too impactful in a ward drop tier either.
Silas Bard, very strong, level 1, so maybe just want to see if they can catch someone out a little bit off guard, but just going to be returning to the lanes, and just have to wait to see what does happen. In this bottom lane matchup especially, I think, we were talking about how it's very key, very big carry aspect of the C9 roster, whereas Gumi used to getting a big comfort pick with the first pick, Zaya. Definitely going to have my eyes on the bottom lane.
And early on, I'm really curious how well T1's going to be able to push these lanes, because the Rumble up top definitely gets pushed. I think Zaya Bard is likely going to be getting pushed early, although I can see that being contested. So it's this mid lane where you would think Orianna can get shoved early in the lane just because it's range versus melee, but then that's also going to be Owner's first look for where he's going to be ganking, because the way T1 I feel like has tried to default their playstyle is a little bit back to how they were winning about a year ago, where they just try and push every lane, play super aggressive. So I think that's what T1's going to be going for this game, and M&S needs to make sure he has really good wards. And he needs to push as well, so that there's not 3 lanes getting pushed in, which would stop Blabber from having any river access.
Yeah, looking to try to use the moments when Faker is clearing to actually get some damage in with his Q as he did there, trying to keep the health slightly to his advantage, to use the range advantage there as best as he can to get one of those wards up. Blabber will be seen, speaking of wards here, by this one, as he does come down towards Owner's portion of the jungle. And this early game here, obviously for Rumble and Jax can go either way. The Rumble has a lot of advantages there. Zayas did take Comet and the Ignite, so he is going to have some ability to put some real pressure on in these first few levels.
Yeah, and very early on, I actually think this is advantage T1, because what Blabber did there, as Fudge is trying to sneak in behind the turret of Zeus, that's not normally how Rumble lanes go, unless I haven't been studying top lane most recently.
We have seen a few times that Jax will try to go at level 3, level 4, like right on the cusp of that, and actually proxy that wave so they can avoid the harassment, but he kind of failed it there, and will take a bit of damage. Meanwhile...
They just line up for it. That's a lot of poke damage. Got to be careful about that. We've been seeing a lot of summoners burned early in the bottom lane of this world so far.
Yeah, so I think good start by Fudge in the top lane. He'll be able to get a recall off there. The problem for Blabber is he's not going to get access to this bottom Scuttle Crab, most likely, because the Zaya Bard is already there early. It will depend, though. M&S's condition is very good, so there could be, Blabber being able to get this because of M&S's condition is very strong.
This is going to be huge here. We'll be able to pick this one up. You see the push in mid also going to be able to help, as M&S could come down and assist. Keria looking for the journey.
Nice juke.
Yeah, not going to hit that one. Berserker just keeping his cool. Very important to do that, especially with both the supports on the roam. Got to be careful.
Yeah, and that magical journey is going to be very useful for setting up flanks for the Silas later on, setting up flanks for Jarvan later on. It does work very well with this composition. The ultimate as well can really put a damper on Jax trying to flank, depending on how Keria wants to utilize it. As you mentioned, Fudge will be able to come back to lane with that proxy without burning his teleport. Feels very nice to do.
Yeah, and I think M&S, whether or not he's able to hold on to his flash, is going to be so critical this entire game. Nice steal there by Owner, recovering from the earlier crab. But basically, you can see Fudge, Blabber, Sven, Berserker, they have all ways to escape a Jarvan or Bard ultimate. M&S really doesn't. So if he ever is without flash, they're going to very easily be able to kill him.
Owner beginning to bully a bit here in the enemy jungle. He's just going straight at Blabber. He's got the push in the top side. Blabber is not going to hit that one. He's taking damage from the little Krugs here, and he nearly loses his life, but he is going to flash out of this one as now here comes Keria, flash forward, extremely aggressive, and once again Berserker just going to kind of laugh at him.
And they're just putting pressure on in top side and bottom side here in the 2v2 once again. Keria using the journey to put that pressure on, does commit the flash this time around, doesn't find a ton of success, but they are really just trying to tax C9 everywhere, knowing Blabber was top side, knowing he was pushed out there. He's forced to flash and Fudge. Now level 6 is up.
Oh, he's taken way too much damage from that equalizer already. He's going to go straight into the death chamber. First blood given over to Owner in the top lane.
I mean, that was just perfectly done. That play was about 45 seconds in the making as well. Jarvan invading Blabber's jungle, pushing him down. Also, Zeus maximizing his experience to hit 6 at the right time. Very, very hard for C9 to counter that. Big play for T1.
Yeah, he's going to be able to pick up his Sork shoes as well off of this play. And yeah, he doesn't have teleport, but the wave is fine. He's going to be able to get back to lane without really any cost here. Fudge at least was able to, you know, proxy that wave and return to lane on that first back without using his, so he can get back to lane right away. But that's a massive amount of gold going into a Rumble's pocket early on.
Yeah, it's a pretty good start for T1.
Yeah, feels pretty good for them.
I'm sorry, Jet.
So far.
It's not great.
We'll see how this game develops. You know, T1 did struggle a bit against TL early, but he's got the shockwave and he's looking to get the flash, and that he will. M&S is going to get out of dodge.
That's all Faker needed to do. He didn't have to burn any summer spells in order to get the flash of M&S, so now when Jarvan hits level 6, he can just move in and ult M&S if M&S ever moves past the halfway point. So not only do they get the top kill, they get the mid-summer spell flash that they needed, which lets them move to this Drake.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, when you use that at that timing to grab flash, then, you know, this is before 6, but Owner can use his flag and drag to threaten that with Faker stealing the shockwave, and now you grab Dragon Control, and I mean, this is just T1's map to rule right now.
All right, Berserker trying to take an aggressive trade here. He's level 5 against Guba's level 5. Does have some help from Blabber, who was shadowing them down on the bottom side. But not going to amount to too much. Guba just walks away from this one as double control ward. It's going to be some free gold over to C9, I suppose.
Take their time killing those. Just a quick reminder on what's at stake here as well. Both these teams are 1-1 in the Swiss stage. A win won't advance them, a lose won't eliminate them, but it will put them into either an elimination game or a promotion game. So 2-1 is obviously way better, because then that means you'll get 2 chances to play best of 3s, where if you win 1, you'll advance. Loser goes into the 1-2 pool and will be on the brink of elimination.
And there are some top teams down there as well. There will be after today. And Keria here, a little bit overextended. Just going to grab some Stealth Thief's edge stacks, and they're not going to commit anything towards him, despite his flash still being down. His owner's not done yet with this harassment here on the top side. He's got level 6.
Yeah, this time it's even more powerful. He has the push in the top side again. The ult blown down on the bottom lane. Those Sven going on in as Keria just trying to walk this one out, but the Zeri ultimate is going to push T1's bottom lane back, as they will not take that fight at this point in time.
Yeah, C9 doing their best to try and make something happen. That top side is just getting absolutely steamrolled, though, by T1. Really rough start for Blabber. You really would love to be able to get that first Rift Herald as the Velvet, but he is just behind in experience since that early invade by Owner, since the Rumble has been able to push top, and is really struggling to get the farm you need to take over the game as Velvet.
Yeah, the no magic mantle that Fudge has right now isn't going to be doing too much at this stage, obviously with the Sork shoes already online, and you know, if you lose this Herald as C9, you're not going to be able to get Jax accelerated for the mid game. It's just not going to happen. Belbeth, as we were talking about in the draft, would love to have that power, get Jax some additional plates, but as it is right now, he just doesn't have any agency here on the top lane. Now, they did stop the Herald take here. They are grouping for this.
This is going to be really interesting, because Sven left a while ago, leaving Berserker down bot lane for a long time. It's allowed Keria to push the wave, recall, and now be on the way to Rift Herald, which wouldn't give C9 time to kill it.
2v2 at the top side. The equalizer getting some big value, and now Owner is going to join up with this one, as they do want to extend this play, but not sure if they want to overextend as Sven has come on in. The flag and drag goes in up to the recon. His Owner just doesn't give a damn. He has Keria behind him, gets him in the death chamber. The ultimate comes out, and everybody is going down on the side of C9 in the top lane. T1 just burning them to a crisp in the top lane.
Well, that'll be 4 kills for T1 now in this early game. An over 2,500 gold lead. And it was off the play there. Owner's top side, he stays Cataclysm so long there to make sure you get the most value out of it. Then Keria Keria gets the double ultimate there, the lock 2 in place, and Guma.
He's gonna force the flash, has to use his ult. That's still gonna be a win. You'll always trade your ult for that flash there.
Absolutely, but now you're looking at a Rumble with 5 Dark Seal stacks. This, of course, does give the Herald over as well.
What a dream start for T1. Playing around Zeus's Rumble. For all the games that Faker missed in the summer split, even though they didn't win that many, when they did, it was often off the back of Zeus, and he's been so dominant in that top lane. Right here, even though the ultimate was used early, it gets them low enough that gives, and I feel like C9 had a little bit of confidence here. I don't exactly know why. Because,
I mean, the problem too is that he can flag and drag away from the counter-strike here, and Fudge is then forced way too far up, and you've taken so much damage already as Fudge here. You can't stick around in the fight for any extended period of time. It's not like you have any sustained damage in your members, whereas Zeus has all the sustained damage you could ever want in a skirmish like this. As long as he's at full health and he's untouched, you lose those.
Oh boy, here we go again. I feel like Keria is just kind of playing with his food at this point. Berserker has dealt with this many a time, but now he doesn't have flash, so you gotta be careful about that. But yeah, Keria gets up to the top side. I think they thought it was a 3v2 for a while, and maybe they could just isolate Owner, but it was just not meant to be. And now T1 have really turned the scales in their favor. Over 3,000 gold in the lead already.
Yeah, I kind of feel like C9 was stuck between a couple of bad choices. Either they just reset and let the Rift Herald go over, in which case they're already down in gold, they're getting let out, Velvet falls further behind, or go for a low percentage play, which has bigger drawbacks if it doesn't work. And unfortunately for them, it did not work. The second dragon is spawning. T1 also has control of the river, so C9 is absolutely on the back foot, and T1 is, I feel like, in their comfort zone. This is what they live for. Big gold lead, able to engage any fight they want, and they're doing it.
Absolutely. Well, of course, this is still the feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, Gumayusi versus Berserker. And there has been a lot of action in the bottom lane. We'll have to wait and see how those two AD carries will scale up and who is going to get the better of this game by the end of it. As the top lane talked a lot about it.
Well, I mean, we did see, of course, that win probability powered by AWS earlier, and I think your guess is as good as theirs at this point in time. It looked very heavily favored even 12 minutes into this game. And that bottom matchup has been, it's currently deathless for both AD carries, but Keria put all the pressure on. Guma forced that flash out earlier. He still doesn't have it, and now he can't really defend this turret without help. And Bel'Veth is in the main base, so Blabber can't help out, and this is just straight up T1 grabbing plates here, essentially for free. And they may not even need to commit the Herald here. Might just want to drop it somewhere else, and that looks like that's what they're going to do.
I think pretty easy to drop at mid lane as well, get a little bit of extra gold onto Faker. He's the only person on the team who isn't currently ahead. That's also the one lane that wasn't naturally winning early, so wouldn't shock me if they just used the spot pressure, push people back in the river, and look for a fight or drop the Herald mid.
While they're over the wall, they're looking for Sven as he is going to get dunked on, and he's got one hope, his ultimate ability, but that's not going to do enough as he was alone. 1v4. He won't come over the wall, you know. Not playing against a lot of bards, I would imagine, but that ability to just attack you in your own jungle, very difficult to deal with.
I mean, you already don't have a lot of vision. You already have to pre-plan around a lot, and then that happens. Zeus actually getting a little bit caught here.
Zeus is going to walk it out. I mean, he's still up a level. As the ultimate committed to there by Fudge, and you talked about the Rift Herald. It is going to be dropped in mid lane, and this might just be a full turret. I mean, C9 not really in a position to defend this, as finally some people are coming over. Owner is just going for a little walk behind the turret just for fun. I mean, I don't even know what he's doing. He doesn't seem to care.
Showboating, maybe. I can't really think of any other reason to do that than to have a little bit of fun, because they know they're up 4,000 gold. I feel like they're really in their comfort zone right now.
He had the portal there, wasn't able to take it to get back over the wall, but took the long way around. Perhaps afraid Blabber was coming down faster than he expected, but ultimately doesn't matter. But this is what you were talking about in terms of the engage range here. Look at this, getting Faker into position to help lock Sven down. Yeah, he gets away from the Everfrost, tries to hold out, but the Cataclysm is going to keep him in place, so he's just simply dead. No way out of that one, and that's what you're dealing with Bard, is just putting these melee engaged champions into range of slippery champions like Zeri, of slippery champions like Rakan. They feel fairly safe even without vision when you know generally where people are, but they can go through walls.
Well, right. MasterCard lane and copy snapshot. It is, well, Faker's only up 31. The rest of the map, very heavily favored on the top side, plus the lanes you would imagine on the bottom side that give Guma and Keria their lead down there.
Yeah, I think even even at this state in the game, there's an extremely low chance that C9 loses. And currently, the disappointing thing about this game for C9 is all the plays that C9 may have been dodging in the early game, like Keria flying over the wall and throwing Qs at Berserker and Berserker juking them. There was never like a counter play that C9 would be able to make.
Bud's in a lot of trouble. He flashes onto the other side of the equalizer. Zeus just taking this one up. Budge is still alive underneath this turret. He's just going to get flagged from the heavens as Owner going to pick up his 4th kill in this game.
And here's another example. They spent so long on that dive top, so there's 3 people for C9 bottom trying to make the counter happen. Let's see if C9 can at least get a turret.
I mean, they're going to try to here. Keria does have ult. This is going to be very difficult to pull off, and Faker, of course, can hijack something as well, can grab the shockwave here and try to defend with it. I don't think they're going to be able to get much. Meanwhile, Berserker can't defend this turret by himself. This is a cannon wave, so get the topside play to be a success. Unfortunately, Fudge's flash not good enough to get away from that Cataclysm and the equalizer. He's impaled by the flag. They lose top turret, mid turret's down. They find nothing bottom side. 15 minutes and 45 seconds in. Those bounties are up, objective bounties are up, but there is just nothing to take on this rift. And I mean, we are on pace. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we are on pace for a perfect game here potentially for T1.
Yeah, I mean, Wolf, you've been here for the summer split struggles of T1.
I have, yes.
Right. The MSI disappointment, Faker's wrist injury, falling to, what was it, 7-7?
Yeah.
And then Faker coming back and kind of scraping the team through playoffs. Where would you put how they look in this game compared to how they looked in the summer split?
They look very coordinated, and the thing that happened when Faker was gone was not that Poby, his replacement, was so weak comparatively they couldn't play the game. It was really just about the lack of shot calling, and they had a clear game plan to play around Zeus this game, put the pressure on bottom side at the same time. And Faker, if he had fallen further behind in lane, if MNS had actually been able to find some success there, maybe there would have been a pressure point for Blabber, but it feels like Owner is just one step ahead of Blabber this entire time.
Yeah.
I think Faker coming in as a leader, that's always been his role in recent years, right? We've all know the Faker moments. We've all seen the LeBlanc plays. We've all seen the Zed versus Zed. But in recent years, he has kind of been that big voice. And you could clearly feel the preparation going into this series is much stronger than we saw at the latter part of summer season without it.
Yeah, I feel like going through World's history, you know, things Faker does. 2013, always these amazing mechanical outplays. Things Faker does has changed a lot in the last 11 years. Now the thing Faker does is get a bunch of really mechanically talented players around him, hold his own in mid lane, and press his F keys really good and talk.
He's been pressing his keys pretty well. Owner, once again, maybe it's showboating, I'm not sure. Owner in a little bit of trouble as he does have some help from his squad, but he is going to be able to get away. Blabber gets hooked by the feathers, and now there's a massive equalizer on the entirety of C1. C9 rather, trying to retreat out of this one. That's a huge fight comes out from Keria, and they turn this one around, and even the tower can't get into this one, as Keria will disable that. This might just be a clean ace going into the hands of T1, and that it is. Nobody will fall on the side of T1.
An insane win here for T1, but we all saw it coming. They had control over the dragon, and at this point in time, Owner is just so tanky, he can absorb a lot of that damage, and as the turn begins, it feels almost tool-assisted the way that T1 chased the fight. And the way the equalizer is set up by Zeus, we'll watch this play again, as Owner takes all of the aggression here as they kite back through, missed extendo beam here from Berserker. Look at the equalizer positioning as it goes through this brush. It is just so clean, and no one on C9 can avoid this equalizer damage except Sven. He's only get over the wall. You can't flash out, you're on a fat wall, and now you're trapped between this wall here and Keria's re-engage. He goes through with the magical journey, sets up the stun, disables the turret so they can further deep dive here, and you are just not gonna get out. If you were Cloud9, you were just trapped between a rock and a hard place. One of our famous LCK lines.
All right, so it's only 9,000 gold at 18 minutes. This is definitely, this is one of the most lopsided games we have seen all Swiss stage.
And we've seen some big ones too.
Yeah, we have.
We've had a couple of 24-minute games as well. And, you know, Wolf was talking about it before. We're on pace for a perfect game. That's just going to be Berserker dead for free. There's just no help under the turret. He has flash, but no time to react. And T1 are just taking whatever they want on this map right now.
Yeah, certainly looking very much like this game is not going much longer. I mean, we're talking about it's Chemtech Soul. That's one thing you put in the positives column. It's not like they're getting Hextech Soul on this next dragon here, but the map is completely open. This Herald is going to take out the inner. Will likely get a charge here on that inhibitor turret if they want to commit to it. They don't even have to. And T1 have control over every zone on the map. Look at the wards they have to the top side of the jungle as well towards a Baron that will be spawning in 10 seconds. You've got to clear all of that as C9 before you can even think about the contest.
It's quite clinical what T1 has been able to do this game. Good timing on the first 3 Drakes. Really good timing on this last reset as well so that they can move towards Baron on spawn.
That's a T1 classic.
I mean, they do flip a lot of Barons. They actually move towards Baron on spawn even if they're not up 11,000 gold.
It's true, but this time they are, and Faker, I mean, he's drawn 3, 4, 5 people
just
down to the bottom side of the map, and yes, they will get this objective bounty.
Not a perfect game, chat.
Not a perfect game, but it's a perfect Baron. Nobody is going to contest them on that one. As we saw the win probability once again powered by AWS, it looked like 100% actually this time. There wasn't even like a little blip.
Yeah, that's about right. This would be a higher win probability than G2's comeback on day 2 when they were at a 99.4% chance of losing.
Yeah, I think we might be adding 50
higher.
50 gold for the Nexus on this Red Bull Baron power play if they wanted to push it further. But just to be safe, they will of course sync up the waves. They're going to put Faker in the bottom lane here. And Blabber.
Hey, he got the blue buff.
Yeah.
You know what?
At what cost,
That's
fellas?
pretty good. He got the buff. Oh, no, he's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, he's being chased down here by Owner. I think that carry is just going to let him do the 1v1 thing, and there he goes, dunked into the ground.
I say this a lot, but it's hard to criticize teams that are in positions like this, 13,000 gold behind. I mean, you could say there's no way he has any right to that blue buff, but if you just sit in your base, what are you doing at this point? I mean, T1 have won this game, and everything that happens from now on, and frankly, everything that happened from 5 minutes ago on is really hard to criticize for C9. There really is no correct play.
Now Faker is just doing a dance in the enemy base at this point in time, picks up the quickness and just kind of shoves it in their face as T1. You know, they're on pace to try to break one of the fastest games that we have had here in the Swiss stage. The turrets of the Nexus are already going down. C9, they're going to have to make one last stand, and they get the knock up here on a Zeus who loses a total of 0 health at this point in time as the Bard ultimate comes out as well. And Carry is having a lot of fun at this point. Fudge is in that back line, but he's just going to be ripped to shreds by the Feathers once again. As C1 will play with their food, they will get what they deserve after this victory. As down will go the Nexus. T1 will move on to 2-1 in the Swiss stage.
Really dominant showing by T1. This is the team that T1 fans wanted to have show up at the World Championship and moves them to 2-1. Unfortunately, both those wins were against North American seeds, but that's what happens at the World Championship. You have to be able to beat LCK and LPL teams if you want to be moving on. So C9 gonna have to just take that one on the chin and come back stronger next time.
Yeah, I think the difference in Owner's play in this game and some of the other games we've seen in Worlds, you can definitely feel it. I think Owner's been one of the most heavily criticized T1 players in Worlds thus far, despite, you know, only being 1-1, and yet he showed up in a big way, played through Zeus topside there, prevented any sort of Bel'Veth lead, no early Rift Herald there, and it wasn't necessarily a draft problem here, but they tried to pinch Faker a little bit in this one. He got the Silas in the end. Game wasn't about Faker this time at all. It was all about the top side.
Top side, bot side as well. They were able to generate so many plays with the Xayah Bard. I mean, I think all the way back to the draft phase, C9, it was an interesting draft because 4 of the 6 most banned champions from main stage made it through the ban phase, so there were definitely a lot of switch-ups, but T1 is not going to be unhappy about anything that happened this game, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so. A 21.5-minute win for the side of T1. But now, guys, let's see what the guys on the analyst desk have to say. Let's throw it over to Shanks and Chronicler and Azale.
Thank you very much. I feel like I have 2 very contrasting feelings next to me after that game for the side of C9. Very disappointing for the side of T1. Just about the best game you can get.
Yeah, I during the break, or during the game actually, I inquired Hooney in the LCK is the guy that decides if the rumble is okay or not. And I had to do the rumble check. It was 2 thumbs up. But also, the Jax.
Yeah, I mean, You guys know what my reaction to the Jax was backstage. As soon as C9 picked Jax, I was like, well, we lost. And if they lock in the Jax, I almost didn't want to watch the game. To me, it was such a disappointing pick.
You give me grief for Matt, and that what you say before the game starts?
It was such a disappointing pick because I just think even in an A, even if it wasn't against Zeus, I think it's so unplayable in that matchup that you're almost guaranteed giving up full topside control. If your jungler ever falls behind and can't cover you on one dive, then you instantly just lose the game because you can't get pushed ever. You're going to get harassed. You're going to get poked out. And T1 is a team that's going to kill you with a strategy like that. So I was really shocked that C9 went for it.
Are you disappointed that this is something, you know, we had the Poppy situation also earlier, right? Because I feel like when you go up as an underdog in a matchup like this, the one thing you can't do is leave such a big hole at one part of the map to start with, right?
Yeah, it's tough, right? I think, you know, if I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of Cloud9, they were probably saying, all right, Blabber's going to get ahead of the Jarvan on the Bel'Veth. He's going to be able to cover dives, and then Jax is going to outscale, and we're going to win through side lanes, right? I think that's probably the thought process, but there's so many things that have to go right for that to ever become a reality. So to me, it was a really disappointing pick because I do think, you know, Cloud9 showed us against LNG that they can get through the early game. Mid and bot held up just fine. Fudge in the 1v1 even honestly was doing fine. It's just that T1 will crush you on these mistakes.
It's also, and I really want to reiterate this, this is not even remotely on Fudge's individual play. Like, he had 3 levels, which he used, right, went in early, aggressively early. But as Azil saying, like, I think that Bel'Veth, as strong as she is, into J4, I think it's favored. But it's not, Jarvan still has a lot of early agency. And the moment that you start losing that matchup, you have 0 things that you can do. Like, I agree with you, like, from that point on, and T1 in particular, you know they're going to try, right? You need to have the tools to absorb that initial all-in, because if you don't, like, they're going to get an early lead, and T1 with an early lead is not fun to play against.
And the Oppo player of the game for this one is Owner, and I think in the context of kind of the season that Owner has had, Maurits, this is good for him, a confidence game.
It's really, really important to get these type of games. And the reason why, it's between Owner or Zeus, right?
Yes.
I think that for Owner specifically, he was the crux, because Zeus is always going to win this 1v1, but if Owner loses the jungle matchup, then that means that they can't really get the full power out of this Ignite Rumble.
Exactly, they can't look for these dives. Something that we missed, you know, the first time when I was watching this, and in the replay, it actually cut to it too late, but the Vision Plant had tagged Blabber, so it wasn't fully blind. I believe he had a good idea of where he was going to be, so he hits him with the Flag and Drag, because if Owner Flag and Drag's over and doesn't actually hit the Bel'Veth, he loses that duel 10 times out of 10. But was able to find that, was able to slam home the dive, and then was able to utilize that pressure on the map to get around, get back up towards top, dive Fudge again, make these plays alongside Carrier, who was being pretty proactive on the Bard as well. And Owner just played a pretty much immaculate game, and this is where everything just went completely pear-shaped for Cloud9.
Yeah, this dive, I think, beautifully set up, but at that point, the game was already done, right? This is just adding insult to injury. Well, I mean, I think that
that's how it felt. I'm not
really,
gonna lie.
to me, it's that first play, the moment that they're able to get the Bel'Veth behind, then unlock the Ignite Rumble, and then from that point on, I don't think it's playable. And again, yeah, as you pointed out, Shooks, for Owner specifically, he needs to have these type of games, because last year I think it was incredible. This year, it's been a lot more ups and downs, and I think that these are the type of games that if he can string them together, the fans will regain their faith.
He has to have a good game in these. Yes, very good from the side of T1 for Cloud9. Back to the drawing board, of course, not out of it yet. Now going into best of 3s to fight for their tournament life. But next up, we have NRG versus Mad, so it's going to get spicy.
He's forced to flash Fudge. Now level 6 is up. Oh, he's taken way too much damage from that equalizer already. He's going to go straight into the death chamber. Goes in up to the Rakan. His Owner just doesn't give a damn. He has Carrier behind him. Gets them in the death chamber. That's the ultimate touchdown, and everybody is going down. C9 rather trying to retreat out of this one. That's a huge play comes out from Carrier, and they turn this one around, and even the tower can't get into this one. As Carrier will disable that, this might just be a clean ace going into the hands of T1, and that it is.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Una sa lahat, sariwa. Mula sa paghuli hanggang sa paghain. Sagana ka sa sustansya ng protein at calcium para sa teeth and bones at omega-3 for the heart. Sigurado ka sa sarap na nagbibigay saya sa buong pamilya. Kain na tayo! Sariwang sarap at sustansya. Yan ang pangakong Mega. Una sa lahat, sariwa. Mula sa paghuli hanggang sa paghain. Sagana ka sa sustansya ng protein at calcium para sa teeth and bones at omega-3 for the heart. Sigurado ka sa sarap na nagbibigay saya sa buong pamilya. Kain na tayo! Sariwang sarap at sustansya. Yan ang pangakong Mega.
Let's go, let's get it in, let's finish this. When the game time, just send me in. Whole crew, we militant, we just come through and break ligaments. Your crew need medicine, y'all big dogs and we elephants. You don't want trouble, don't let us in. You ain't ready now, you ain't relevant. Ain't no way you can keep up. Said I've been waiting, so come and get me. Ain't no way you can keep up. Waiting, let me see. Make them holler, make them bleed. How you gonna keep up? Come and get me, come and get me. Only if you can keep up.
Welcome back, everyone, as it is that time again. NA versus U, NRG versus MAD. Both teams are at 1-1, looking to move to 2-1, which would be a much better position to be in. And I'm excited. I'm always hyped for them. I'm hyped, okay? Let's just leave it at that, Azale.
I'm excited too. And I want to say, I feel like Europe needs to support MAD. They need to actually rally behind this team, because I have felt like somewhat unfairly, people are always on this team's back. They're always roasting them. I see so many comments every time, you know, if they do lose to NA, they're not a European team, we don't claim them, we don't support them. This team has won 3 titles in the last couple years in the LEC. They are one of your best teams. They've made it out of groups before. And I do think they are deserving of the support and the respect of the region, even if they haven't had the results that you're hoping for.
Yeah, there is one thing in particular, I think, that really hurts us. And it's the record versus NA teams, because you can lose to LCK, you can lose to the LPL, you can get stomped in 1647, I do not care. But that record is just so painful to see. But all jokes aside, though.
Come on, look at them! That's so wholesome!
Getting warmed up. So to give a little bit of context, and I think you're completely correct, Azale, this is a top 3, top 2 team in Europe, and I think
it happened for 3 years.
We see the peak of this team when Elyoya is on point, when he can team up with Hilly, who's having one of his crazy games, when Carzzy is going insane and has these 1v10 games. And I guess the frustrations has come from that we've seen that, but then we don't see it at the international tournament as much.
And I mean, the reality is it's just a higher level of competition. You know, you're playing against better teams. And this happens to all the NA teams as well, and it was always such a pet peeve of mine when TSM or whoever would go international and have bad performance, and people were like, they didn't deserve to be there. This other team that didn't qualify would have done better. No, they wouldn't. They got beat by them. They didn't. They deserve to be there because they qualified, because they won the split, because they got top 3. You know, this is the thing that always frustrates me. It's like, you have to respect the fact that these players earned their right to be here. They are one of the best teams in Europe, and they do deserve the support.
Do you think it's the monkey paw situation? Niski, he was like, yes, okay, I have to leave C9 and I'll end up on MAD and find great success and win in Europe, but I can never beat NA.
You know what? I think there might be something. Now for me, obviously, I'm just here to enjoy the game, right? And I think that with these two teams in particular, I'm going to be looking towards specifically the draft and how much early game power there is, because the game that Elyoya showed with his Bel'Veth early invades, completely shutting out BDS right from the get-go, is exactly what I think they need to replicate here to not let Energy play their game, because that team, it baffles me sometimes, but the level of cohesiveness they show, I think, can be really tough to deal with.
I mean, both teams can have really good performances and really poor performances. Energy and MAD had got very similar trajectory. They both had a rough game 1, and then they both absolutely stomped their second game here. Elyoya was great in this one. You had that topside invade. It was a really nice pre-planned strategy where they had both their solo laners invade with him as well. So it was a 3-man invade towards Raptors. They got him ahead, then he stole the Krugs, and he was really able to snowball this game. And this was kind of the decisiveness that you wanted to see out of MAD. And I think it's similar to the story again from NRG, who has had really impressive performances, really incredible games. They absolutely trashed TL, who looked great the day before, but you just don't know which energy is going to show up. And both these teams need to play with confidence. They need to come into this knowing that they can win, and this is one of the best possible draws for both teams that you could have had in the 1-1 area.
So you're saying it's actually quite similar in terms of they can show their full potential, but it's very, very inconsistent.
Yeah.
And whenever they go cross-region is where they seem to have trouble channeling exactly that, what they could domestically.
And I think that is also further aggravated by the fact that we're playing best of ones. If you're in a high volatility team and you're in a best of one scenario, like one misread draft, one priority that doesn't quite add up, and one early game that goes wrong, and it can feel like there isn't really anything for you to do, what do you take away from that point?
Yeah, it's tough, right? And I think that's where it comes back to the mentality, to be able to, you know, kind of collect yourself, stay calm, stay cool, you know, play your style, have confidence in that. I mean, Palafox at his best really is incredible. I mean, this was a matchup that APA played the day before against Faker, was doing very well in it, and it gets solo killed here by Palafox, and Palafox just ran away with this game. And this is one of those things that he did in the LCS throughout playoffs, was winning both sides of the matchups against APA. When he's at his best, he really can be a force to be reckoned with, and Energy can be active on the map. Contracts is a guy that plays so heavily for his laners. He's almost the antithesis of Blabber, in that Blabber really prioritizes his farm, where Contracts is willing to drop so many camps to always hover his laners, put them in a good spot. And so it's something that you really have to watch out for. If Energy is in a good spot, you have to be ready for the fact that Blabber could be right behind him.
Look at the split, look at the difference, right? Like right from the get-go, and versus Weibo, I think what's really telling is also that the moment that they started falling behind, it didn't feel like there was any way back in. And versus TL was the opposite. It felt like TL never had a single shot.
Exactly, two very different games, and let's see if it's the LEC or the LCS in terms of the fandom that have the upper hand in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. You can vote every day at mastercard.gg on X to participate, and Energy won the poll, 52%.
Is this the first fan vote that an NA team has won at Worlds?
It might be.
I think it is.
I also think that this is very apt, given what we've seen of the two teams so far. I think this should be very, very close. So, fans, nailing it this time.
Yes. I'm excited for it. I hope they get down and dirty and we see a lot of fighting, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of banter on Twitter. Oh my God. Please shield their eyes so they don't see that sign.
Wait, what jersey is he wearing? I want to know.
I wonder. Zil, how are you feeling?
Thank you, guys, on the desk. We'll have to wait and see how this one is going to go. Hopefully not as fast as the first one, as we didn't have a lot of action. You know, it's very one-sided, at least.
Maybe faster than the first one. Could also be good, depending on what kind of fan you are. I will say, it is really worrying for me if Energy is winning the fan vote, because in North America, they were this weird team. They're 9-9 in the summer split. Almost all of their wins came from playing against the top 4 teams, and almost all their losses were against the bottom of the pack. So
Need more time.
You saved my life. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Need more time. Brought in 3 more. Closer. Feeling it. You saved my life. Need more time.
like is probably ecstatic that we're back to Rakan Alistair Rel, because that is absolutely what he succeeds in.
There are a lot of players like that who do prefer the engaged supports. Ignar definitely on the list of those, trying to find his early advantage for his mid laner, further his advantage for his mid laner, but won't come up with anything. Now, Dila does have, of course, the ability to have an experience lead. You can see she's already level 4 here to FBI and Ignar's level 2 because of that shared experience that they're going to pick up. Be able to get 6 first for an upcoming objective fight, as we're going to hold our thought on that, as once again, Elyoya lurking.
Spending a lot of time up here. As long as Dokla lets the wave crash without taking too much damage.
He's got contracts up here as well.
Oh, that's a good bait.
And here is Palafox as well, joining the party.
Yeah, I mean, they have to know Palafox was missing, so that's why they wouldn't have taken that bait from Dokla.
JC might have to flash here, as already the damage is coming out. Oh, Elyoya, he stayed, as he's not going to get that kill on a JC. Now Palafox a bit alone. Dokla just going to cancel his recall. Elyoya thinking about continuing on this one, but will just back away.
This is a fairly classic Palafox play in that it's very sacrificial, because think about what he just did. He roamed top lane, he burned all of his health, but what he did do is he got both summoner spells off the enemy Rumble. Niski gets a lot of time, though. He free pushed a wave into turret. It's not going to get a plate, but it's going to start the process of getting mid push. And we'll see if it bails out Dokla, as Hilly has also made his psychopath roam. No one else is here, but he literally gets the flash because you think he must have backup if he's coming at me as an Alistair. So,
and it was a great call because they had a little bit of push bottom side, and at the same time you have Karzi actually shadowing mid, so that Talia push actually does crash that additional wave into the turret, does some additional damage. So you can roam top side and actually look for that punish. So they grab a flash there. Nothing really lost bottom side. You can see Karzi is catching the wave there under turret. And FBI will, of course, secure the scuttle and come back down, but that's a huge grab. Jace definitely needing flash to survive some of the hard engage that we're going to have on these upcoming objective fights very soon.
Definitely going to be very important. A lot of action once again in this second game. A bit more even in this one compared to the one-sidedness of the first game that we did see. Saw that Niski pretty far ahead in terms of XP, getting some alone time in the mid lane. As here we go, Ignar trying to invade alongside of Contracts, getting in the face of Hylissang, who's just going to walk it off.
Not much
Oh,
they can
6.
do there, Dokla, with a small experience advantage, but now that Rumble is level 6, you have to respect also the fact that Dokla needs to now play like weak side Jace. Makes him need to play super conservative, but Energy is going to be very happy with this. They got the level 1 gold onto Palafox, which allowed him to play a little bit less for himself, because he's still going to be able to hit his power spikes at the right time. And now Energy should be able to get this dragon.
Yeah, nothing Hilly can do about this, and Karzi doesn't quite have level 6. They wouldn't have the damage. There's nobody nearby here. Niski is just going to try to push another wave through here to get a smaller advantage, but won't actually lead to anything. Is up here.
Uh-oh. Elyoya is here. We got Niski making his way over. Yep. He's got his wall in position. 3v1. Dokla, they're big, but can you make this happen as the knockup comes in? The knockback as well as Dokla tries to trade it back, but it will just be a kill handed over to the Rumble in the top lane.
Yeah, really tough there for Dokla. I think Mad made a really nice counterplay for the Drake. That is more the type of play that Niski wants to make when he is at his best. He's a mid laner. He's the one who leaves, and he leaves for the rest of
A festival of flowers? For me? Oh, not for me. Not for me.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
A yawn is a smile before sleep.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Sorry?
Killing spree.
When I'm quiet, I hear so many things. Our joy becomes a smile seed. I'll just go on for prayers. Times the charm.
An enemy has been slain.
Morning dreams. I just had the strangest reality. But I don't have toes. Oh, Mr. Dukes, you almost tricked me.
Killing spree. Shut down.
The world blossoms.
An enemy has been slain.
I want to meet a human. From over here. Can they see me? Don't let them see me. I'm not ready. The humans forget so much when they're away. So alive! Close your eyes so I can say hello.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
A curly mind twists towards possibilities. Everything's so beautiful when it's real. I catch dreams so the humans can chase them.
Killing spree.
Be safe with me, Queen.
An ally has been slain.
Hold my branch with me, dream.
An ally has been slain. Shut down.
I'll stay in the forest. world's biggest desires to be real.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Has been slain.
Well met, human. Well left, dreams. Let's find ourselves in our dreams.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
These help more than captains grow. A leaf rustled. Is it okay if I hug my branch? Hug. Sparkling the whole time, and no one told me. Every direction to your street, where you lead.
Enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Nothing cries louder than loneliness.
An enemy has been slain.
Blooming now.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You have to close your eyes to open them. Oops!
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What rise beneath the surface and lie down with the sea. I'll stay in the forest until I learn how to use those.
Your turret has been destroyed. Killing.
my branch with me, dream. I'm staying. I'm staying.
An enemy has been slain.
Has a little sparkle.
Say hello to your team dream. Your team has destroyed a turret.
When I'm quiet, I hear.
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Hang on, dream. Be safe with me, Dream.
Unstoppable. The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Was that
The enemy's
me?
inhibitor is respawning soon.
Destroys possibilities.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
The beauty of the world beckons desire.
Dominating.
Do you think they'll remember me, Dream? When they wake up, do they remember themselves? Every human has a little sparkle. Quiet things are strong. That's whispering.
actually named my son JTA as well.
Well, tell us about your son. September 28th, he became a dad.
Yeah.
Say his name, too. I want to hear the name. The coolest name.
Look at Steph jumping. That's incredible. That is incredible. NBA fans around the world should appreciate that.
You saw Wembanyama's passing ability right off the bat. JTA, how excited are you to watch this guy play?
I mean, this is generational talent. Just kicking everything. 7'5". I was watching him play against the OKC Thunder. People are concerned with the rebounding part or defending, but I think that's more of an effort thing. And I think, Steph being off the ball allows him to be a little bit more dynamic. Steph covers a lot of gaps on the scoring end, and Draymond does the same defensively.
I think what makes him so good as a rebounder is his IQ rebound. Like, he knows where it's coming off, and you see Wembanyama, all the tools he has. How would you guard Wembanyama? Because he's not a center. He's a wing right now. Look at the backdoor cut.
I don't know, Kalin. I'm going to let you answer that one first.
They're so hands-on with their player development. So he's going to develop. And Coach Popovich is going to make sure he doesn't get too out of pocket. He's got so many tools. It's almost like it's Klay Thompson hits a three. Get him involved in the action. Now they're playing Jeremy Sohan as the point guard, and it's 6'8". They get it to Zach Collins there from Vassell. They finally dip down and get Wembanyama, but have Vassell and have Keldon Johnson. They are rebuilding right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I think it's a mentality shift. Last year, as you see Wembanyama, 8-foot wingspan.
He blocked that three.
You know what? I mean, I think it's just guys trying to make plays on this team. I mean, none of these guys are out here doing knuckleheaded things,
The first 5 minutes of the game.
And Warriors are just trying to attack all these switches. Juan, you were really good at switching. Just talk about the importance of being that versatile as Wembanyama. His versatility on both ends of the floor is showing out right now. But
you can switch everything.
Yeah.
It's hard to score on it. There's like a buffer between the ball and wow. Come on, man.
So Wembanyama is at 2 jumpers.
Like we talked about the coaching from Pop and, the vets he's going to learn from. He's going to get so much better.
I think his time playing in Summer League, he blocked Klay Thompson.
He just blocked his second 3 of the night. And then look, he's hammered that. Along with Saric, 2 of the free agent acquisitions. We're going to talk to Mike Dunleavy in the second quarter about the Warrior offseason, building this team.
Wembanyama's got 3 blocks already. Andrew Wiggins threw everything he could at Wembanyama. Couldn't shake him.
And then he lasers the 3. And Klay off back iron. Now you can run big guys and wear them out as Steph rattles in the 3.
Well, they're just so excited to shoot the ball before Wembanyama got down there.
And this is a team that I've watched, growing up. I watched Kalina when I was a kid. I've listened to you my whole life. I was upset when, the Warriors traded Monte Ellis and kept Steph Curry, but
Kuminga all the way to the baseline. Steve Kerr did not want to see 42 points for the Spurs in the first quarter. Coming down to the final 25 ticks. Kuminga for 3, and he got it.
Really not for everybody, right? Yeah, well, look, to be clear, the easy part is done. You have a Steph Curry, you have a Draymond Green, you have a Klay Thompson, Andrew, all these guys who've been so good and helped us win championships.
Kind of set the standard for multiple decades, from R.C. Buford to Pop to, you think of Manu and Tony Parker, the incredible Tim Duncan, all the winning, all the consecutive playoff years, all the championships. And I think Wembanyama was super happy to be drafted by the Spurs.
We started that when I was here. I don't remember doing it my rookie year, but I remember when Monte was a rookie, we told him he needed to sing, and he was refusing to do it. From our vantage point up here in the cheap seats.
Easy.
We saw a lot.
Kuminga over Wembanyama.
To always get their viewpoint, their opinion on things, and it doesn't mean we always agree, but I want to hear what they have to say and make sure we're all on the same page.
So Chris Paul putting it up and in.
Mike, we just saw Chris Paul doing his thing. He's out of the game now. But what were those talks like when you made that happen? I know you guys went to, was it Miller and Lux, and he was talking about, man,
Klay was guarding Chris Paul, and they've done it obviously so many times in so many different iterations. And Chris was dribbling the ball. He said, not anymore, Klay. In the regular season, we're brothers. We're teaming. Not anymore. No more you back and forth. So Klay was kind of having fun with that.
This guy Wembanyama, ridiculous.
And there's another shot.
Right on cue. Right on cue. They love playing with that guy. Yeah, I mean, obviously, looking back on our championship team in 2022, his playoff run, I mean, he was, in some ways, a
sell-off fire there. Strong rebound inside. Zach Collins giving San Antonio another opportunity. Jeremy Sohan from deep. He drops it in.
I think it's a little bit of mindset. Also understanding that this is the best league in the world. I'm not as talented as, you know, some of the look at this. I like this lineup here, though. A lot of people may think it's small, but I trust Wiggs and, you know, play to guard some bigger. They'll have no issues with that. You know, a lot of people try to hunt out Steph as if he's a bad defender, but he really puts in a lot of, oh my God, another block from Wemby. Pay that guy the whole bank.
Juan Toscano Anderson, Looney's agent. As Wembanyama soaring in the open floor. Pictures and everything. They recognize Kalena. They wonder who the hell's bothering them. but then we take the picture.
And you have to make plays to win games, and so you live with those. Try to get it back.
The Moses Moody comment to Steve Kerr when Steve talked to Moses, said, look, you know, as a young player, rule this year, which is going to be a technical, won't be unsportsmanlike, as Joseph with the steal. And Magruder running the lane to lay it up and in and draw the foul. And Magruder's putting in some 10 right now. And look at Magruder fly in for that rebound. Saric, what a running hook.
Nice.
And this group is getting some good experience trying to walk the Spurs down.
The thing about Bill Russell, he was tall enough to have that mentality too.
Right.
Some of those guys just trying to get up in the air and get a hand on it.
And his blocking ability was elite.
Jersey hangs in the rafter of every NBA facility.
Turnovers aren't going to help you trying to come from behind.
Corey Joseph hustled back. Saric was there too, but look at Bassey fill the lane.
Making the right pass, simple pass, solid decision. What else is new?
I like that pickup too as well. You know,
Doug McDermott, really nice. Normally a great outside shooter, but and definitely play where the competitiveness took over.
JTA, you know this. You want meaningful minutes. Why go out there if you're not trying to get better and play your best?
Like people who are just elite defensively, and so you know he also has a reputation, so he's allowed to do a little bit more.
So Jetty Osmond hitting that three. Charlotte tried to seal, and they couldn't quite get the entry pass to him.
Nice pass.
And then Moody sent away. That's a nice play by McDermott. Time to work. Final 5 seconds. Nice move. Drop it off to Moody. Patience and the finish. Trace Jackson Davis get an opportunity.
Yeah, great experience here. Being down to start the fourth quarter.
Somebody better find Malachi Branham because he gets the other night.
That was impressive.
Fantastic.
Held his own.
You can't ask for much more. Good cut.
Hey, Jetty Osmond can play.
I actually got the chance to play against Doug Magruder in college when Creighton first came over to the Big East, and Doug McDermott really tore us apart. I mean, we played in New Year's Eve. Nice move, young fella.
He's getting a lot of claps from the coaching staff. Everything he does defensively and offense.
Set a good screen for Podziemski, and it rewards him. There's a little rookie handoff for the dunk. We're not going to see the starters put back in this game.
That's a bucket.
Moody. JTA doing play before play.
Be quick, but don't hurry.
Right. I like that. Be quick, but don't hurry.
That's the John Wooden.
I'm going to teach my son that every day. Be quick.
Mamu Kelishvili reigning in.
That's pretty steep, you know? So I like it. It's another opportunity to be competitive.
Trace Jackson Davis met Mamu Kelishvili at the top and sent him away. The Warriors have turned it over back-to-back times. So the young Spurs trying to maintain that lead, and that's going to be a blocking foul and the basket. As an agent is asking for everybody to be paid.
I like to see my guys win, man.
That says a lot about you.
Mamu Kelishvili, that's a nice move in the lane. And they usually are. They've been a phenomenal road team. Sissoko with a nice steal there. Taking it right at Podziemski to lay it up and in as well.
For sure.
Moody springs free for a three. Moses Moody is.
They're playing the right way. They're playing within the philosophy. That's why they're getting, you know, easy shots. Everybody knows where the shots are coming from. So
Sissoko steal, and that will do it. Down 18, pretty competitive comeback, but credit the Spurs.
James Capers, Nick Booker, and Pat O'Connell, your officials here tonight. We tip off, and the Bucks with the first possession into the hands here of Giannis.
Total blocks, but Jackson Jr. actually averaged more blocks per game, so he wins the shot block title.
In fewer games, though, by the way, than Brook. This is
your skills heading into this final week before the regular season starts.
Ooh, pocket pass. Williams all the way to the rack. Zaire Williams getting his third start, in particularly well here in the exhibition season. But he'll get there. Lillard passing it off to Brook Lopez. Caught the bucket. He'll have a free throw coming. Bain over to Jaren Jackson Jr. looking to test the paint a little bit. He kicks it out. Marcus Smart's first offering. Drills it from the outside.
So all that's brand new with this brand new coaching staff for the Milwaukee Bucks, led by Dr. Griff, Adrian Griffin.
Chris Middleton knocks down his second shot. His first. And Lillard all the way to the rack. Count it. Foul against Tillman and a +1 for Dame.
Spot and absorb the contact for the offensive foul.
And we know that Giannis, even as a superstar, won't shy away. Dame time! Dame time, Milwaukee! And Chris Middleton leading the break. Over to Giannis. Count it! Oh, they're rolling! First preseason game here tonight. We saw what he was able to do for Lopez for three. You take him in practice, it's not, doesn't translate to kind of real situations, but it could be a real situation this year. A lot of open looks with Damian Lillard, Giannis, and Chris Middleton on the. I think with the Lakers and OKC, we've seen spurts where Dame has been out there without Giannis, Brook. Giannis the same, working with 4 different reserves and back-to-back buckets now for Bane.
For the Bucks, especially the early part of the season, a lot's going to hinge on the middle part of the lineup. Nice job.
Finger roll finish by Giannis.
Kind of your 6th starter.
I'm sure you saw Bobby in street clothes. He's been scratched here tonight for this final play.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. "30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. enemy has been slain. Shut down. Killing spree. Shut down. Plating will fall soon. An ally has been slain. Destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
the candles on the tree glow, softly lighting up the lilac snow.
An ally has been slain. Double kill. Enemy triple kill. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Triple kill. Aced. An enemy has been slain.
preseason game, Aldama. Giannis tipping it away. Look out, it's showtime. It's Giannis time.
Away from him.
Aldama with Giannis pursuing. He almost got that from behind.
They were eyesore egregious, and so we're not seeing those breakdowns at the point of attack. Lobs going back door. There's a guy. There's that big guy. Big, long Santi Aldama.
Kennard with his first bucket there. Here's Cameron Payne. Left side gets it to roll in.
It's a nice job campaign together. Not a lot, but enough in the preseason to realize he's going to try and use that during the regular season. Uh-oh.
Did I say he was having trouble?
Sounds fair to me.
Kennard, one dribble sidestep. That might have been all that he needed. His second three-pointer. Chris Middleton jab step. There's your three-pointer.
Stagger rotation. So now for that type of experience and knowledge and adjustments and on-the-fly thinking.
We're good. Jay Crowder can knock down.
Let's keep it real simple offensively in terms of what they do.
Again, the threes are falling. All you got to do, Marcus, is put it in the basket. Ravia has checked in and finds Bain for three. And Bain, his first three-point make, he's got 9. Might be looking to shoot it again. LaRavia at time over to Tillman. Good pass, good finish.
It's an interesting play.
Bain between the legs for that.
Well, he's got that snatch back dribble down.
PC, Giannis, Brooke, Damian Lillard, and Jay Crowder. Here's Giannis. Looking for it and finds it baseline. Sometimes you forget about that.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Talking about sending a message, Zaire Williams.
Don't forget about Zaire Williams.
Marcus Smart, his first preseason game, flips it back to Bain, who's been really efficient. I mean, talk about 17 points in 17 minutes in the first half.
Right, I mean, but that being said, I mean, he would give them a hard time also. I mean, the way the game is called nowadays, the skill level of these players.
Backdoor look, Smart to Bain to Tillman.
That's great execution. The restricted area in transition.
A point of emphasis with this team, always trying to keep him out of the paint offensively.
Penetration and knock it down tough mid-range shots, floaters.
Beasley not there with three-point attempts. Damian Lillard, how about it? He had a 29-footer in the first half, and that's another.
The playoffs for the Suns before he was traded.
Giannis, killer spin move, gets his own miss for the tip-in. 6-3. Tough shooting night for Jaren Jackson Jr. Damian Lillard back the other way.
Make things easier for you.
Bain, those feet tucked behind the three-point line.
Wrap around the defender pass from out of bounds.
Giannis takes the feed from Dame Lillard for the flush. So Giannis out of the game. Now Pat Connaughton checks in. Beasley gets the three-point. His third of the game, 9 points. Now. Uh-oh. Turnover. Marcus Smart. Giannis amid post action, spinning and taking Xavier Tillman to score. That was beautiful. Bain, that's like Damian Lillard range. Wow. Soccer tournaments that have been so popular internationally. See if it works here in the NBA. Jay Crowder goes high off the glass for 2, and Crowder's got 8 points.
Stretch.
Giannis taking it himself. Count the bucket. Body bucket and one. Giannis has a free throw. Connaughton finding Giannis. Slams it home. And the old Giannis stare down for good measure. Over to Brother Thanasis. Giannis lost it. Everybody in the building wanted to see an all-offensive Kupo fast break. Roddy for 3. Next Thursday against the Sixers. Giannis is at 27 minutes. It's with his glasses on.
Laravia, but that distance, this young man.
Lillard crossover. Wide open layup after that move. Trying again, good pumping. Finishes the job. Lofton. Blocked from Thanasis. Marshawn, AJ Green's going to get his reps. Standing around, touching every part of the rim. Bucks climbing back from a 13-point deficit. There's a three for Vince.
More helping off that corner three-point shooter. Nice.
Assist with the slam dunk. Lofton slithering his way in for two.
That summer league game up in Seattle. Lofton ate his lunch.
That's pretty. AJ Green just taking that dribble handoff. Arabia. Okay. He's got a spin move himself.
Okay, Jake. Jake the Snake coming down the middle. He's for a guy as young as he was coming in last year, he actually did really well.
Talented for sure. Ty Washington. Okay,
Ty can't get greedy here and try and get too much because he knocked one down.
Gives it off to Thanasis for the reverse.
Ty's got some quickness.
He does.
Wow.
Pretty serious behind these returns. He's serious. Marchand with 15 points. Marchand not getting in until the second half, but got to make an impression to this coaching staff. Lofton, the deep three.
Well, and on the floor now, that responsibility.
Shot clock still in play. Memphis is going to let him play it out. Marchand looking for more. Marchand has more. Boy, 18 points in the second half. Marchand Beauchamp leading the break, finding Thanasis. Could have been something. That'll be the final play. Giannis was hoping for something. The Bucks pick up the win.
And the great thing about here is you don't need a three. You're only down two. And Jokic, because of his ability to pass the basketball, the most dangerous nugget on the floor here.
It's Murray and a whistle.
And a foul on Finney-Smith on the hold. Sending the Joker to the free throw line to tie this ball game up.
And Finney-Smith is just fouled in. After hitting the big shot to put him on top. Got tangled up with Jokic.
This necessarily isn't that bad because you put the pressure on Jokic to make both. Okay, say he's...
You reach and I teach the Nick Van Axel. Oh my God. You saw we kill frames, still get the meaty jab. We got the lead. Look at that, Chris Wong. Very wise decision. Not even trying to force a scramble. We're trying to get a clean win here. Perfect KO for the finish. What a way to set the tone here in this set. Chris Wong, game one.
Man, that perfect parry and a little stand light kick. Super good, man. Chris Wong, I have to say, very impressed with how he's been playing neutral in these matchups. We saw it earlier against Kakadu, but same thing here against Chun-Li. This character can really wall you out, and he's doing a great job. I love the back off. Oh, that was so far from Loke.
Kind of read that back off too, huh? Good defense, yes. Watch the ankles. Good counter poke. I'm loving it, Chris. All right, now hold this. After getting ducked, this whole saying, oh yeah, it's not a reaction. It's an assumption, but a good one though.
Ooh, missed on that cross-cut DP and just walked under, found himself in a mix-up.
Shave it off. Counter poke. There you go. Oh, if you would have rising uppercut it after that.
Or level one.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta be pretty woke for that. Oh,
you see the buffers here from Chris. Don't throw the fireball. Moki very aware, and he's still healthy in the drive gate, so he has some options here.
Okay, just needs one. Yeah, drive gauge back for Chris. Exactly why he goes for that OD sandblast right away. Try to get some space. Ooh, the whip punish right out of range. Moke only needs to spend one here, but he spends both just in case.
Dog, did you see the patience from that range for that low forward? Chris Wong's like, nah, you're gonna move right about now. Moke didn't even budge. You're still ducking, waiting for that button that he was looking for. That was the low forward. Great win there from Moke.
Yeah, he really grinding it out. It's not easy to do. Nice. Counter hit confirmed.
Get all that. No paints.
Little flash spray attempt there. Moke trying to find it. Big jump.
That's a floaty jump.
Yeah, you got to hard call out something. Oh, wow. Took all that space, goes for the throw. Okay, chipping away at that drive gauge now.
Yeah, we're going to be more aggressive on Chris Wong's side. He knows he's bleeding on that drive gauge. Forward. Maybe a Hassan shoot. Probably waiting for that for a big one.
Look, that fireball approach behind. Dagger pressure right into the throat. Chris Wong has one good guess left in him.
Oh. No! Perfectly spaced Moke ties this up. I want a breadstick myself.
Chris Wong kind of looked up to the sky like, you know, as he gave one away there, sending it on that heavy flash knuckle.
Gotta watch out. Now, I know in certain instances, guys, y'all seeing that they're just ducking and they're just looking at each other. They're inviting. They want you to burn out early. That way they can be a little more aggressive to get you to that burnout state faster. So, loving it, man. This is high-level play here.
Yeah, that's something that is really a good thing to call out is people would just walk forward, block, and say, yeah, do your button in your driver, so that half your driver is on. Yeah. Let him burn it.
Full carry. All right, we're going to have to make it count here. Be aggressive. Yes. Let your gauge breathe. We're dead in that aggression, though. To wake up here from Moke, what are we going to do for the open up? The classic drive rush, tagger into the throw.
Oh, dude. Enough patience from Chris Wong. He let him whip the parry, walked in, walked out, let him whip the throw. Really solid stuff.
Is he dead, King? Block. Is he dead, King?
Kick in the body.
Yeah, to stay short. Shoulder for the meaty stuff? Yes. Oh, got the reach. And he's teaching for sure.
Not quite on that level 3. Good Hensho. Moke. Aware. Taking that advantage of the burnout. Says, all right, I'm going to Hazan Shu get the pressure after. Just Wong scared to do anything. Front throw.
Hey, not walking back, but he's in the corner now. We in the drive impact stage. Wow. Caught him feeling. He felt that panic, man, on the jump back. Level 3 for the finish. Moke, slide dog you.
That was sneaky. That was a beautiful thing. We saw the same kind of thing earlier in one of his best. Okay, ready for with that sending heavy kick. But spending that much meter is so important in this game, right? I mean, this last round, he has no bar to start. Chris Wong with level 3. That dictates a lot of, not only the damage, but the drive gauge in this round.
Most important round of the set, to be honest. Sure, it's 1-1, but somebody's going to set the tone. It's going to gain that confidence for sure. Oh, try to walk back or jump forward. I like that. The early, even though it was a light starter, but I agree. That spine is closer to the wall.
Ow. Ooh, man, Moke has been trying that parry, and Chris Wong has delayed so much stuff to not give it to him. Nice, late DP. Looking for some kind of pressure, trying to find the burnout. Yeah, he gets it. Now, no meter from Moke. You see him scrambling, trying to get out of there.
Can't get scrappy like this.
Oh! Damn, he gave it away like that. Tried to attack immediately. He's hoping for a backdoor, hoping to get lucky. Chris Wong didn't give it to him.
Man, there's a lot of intel collected. I was like, oh, this is how you react to Luke. Of course, and I'm talking about reference of Moke and Mena. She had enough time to just really think about it. And it shows.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, a lot of drive gains early. Chris Wong, you notice all kinds of offense now, right? Suddenly he's ahead in the set, not as slow and steady as he was before.
This man is getting conditioned. How much danger this woman has? Back throw? No, it was delayed for sure. I'm pretty sure it was a delayed crouching strong, possibly. But good check to Moke. He's waiting up with buttons. You gotta switch it up, man. Give him different looks.
Oh, big bait again, but only the fireball actually didn't get the flash knuckle. Dagger pressure. Burnout early here, Chris Wong. It's going to be a factor. Ooh, bad trade from Moke. And the whiff. Oh, that's a rough one. Set point now to Chris Wong for his second chance up against Kakugo.
Walking the ring, set the tone. Walking around strong. With an angle. Good defense once again from Moke. Like Chris Wong's putting himself in position to invite that low forward drive for sure. for jumping. We found a window.
Ooh, dumps it all.
Everything.
I like it, yeah. Moke's not quite in burnout, but I think it's pretty smart of Chris Wong to go for it.
Possible 6. Ooh.
Face down, plus burnout. We're not going to be able to run it.
Up the wall. We're not even attempting to walk back. Maybe for the whip for the short in this situation, but you got to watch out. Oh, wait, no, again. This might be a bit of a checkmate, but Moke does have access to a level 3 almost. That's just right, for sure.
Oh, man, he's throwing the parry too, giving him a chance. Okay. A lot of meter, but not a lot of life, not a lot of drive gauge.
Oh! Oh! Leg! Oh, but it was perfect. Into the drive rush, just to carry him a little over to the corner.
Also forces the burnout here. He's going to be able to drive impact him too. Doesn't have the gauge guaranteed right there for Moke. He still needs one more.
Oh, man! That's enough!
Level 2? I don't think so.
Hell no, super scared. No shot. Oh, okay.
Oh!
What?
The delay, and Chris Wong just gets hit. He looked down at his stick like, just made a mistake. I don't know, but Moke with a huge comeback.
Comeback indeed. Definitely messed up with DP for sure. Oh, the low forward. He invited it, but it didn't block his legs. Shimmy attempt, no bite.
Man, that gas parry worked out this time. Moke getting a lot of mileage out of it now. Earlier it wasn't working. With crouching medium punch into the setup. Had the low medium kick, no buffer. Level 3 available for Chris Wong. All the way to Memphis.
Got you. I gotta mention real quick while I get healthy. Yeah, you hear the thuds on this? Oh, it sounds louder on outside screen, trust.
Look at how big those arms are, man. He's fun. Okay, a lot of meter though, which is a big factor. Any whip button from Chun-Li here is so scary. Got a fish for a throw, doesn't bite. Wong riding a lot on the ground. I wonder if that air approach is on the mind at all.
I know. And no attempt for the jump in either. Oh, speaking of jumping, what a bait on the reverse. That was clean. He's spinning it all. He's going for it. And he gets the level 1 in time. Yes, he does for the finish. Chris Wong advances to the grand finale. That was so clutch. It's crazy. That whole time we were just looking for a jump in, right? And he definitely cashed in once he landed it. That was so good, Chris. Optimal combo too to get that level build. Amazing play, man.
And he trusted Moke, right? Like he said, you are smart enough to anti-air this, so I'm gonna jump, commit to the air flash knuckle. I know you're a good player, so you're gonna do the up kicks, and then that's gonna give me the opportunity to get some damage. So it shows a lot of trust. Like he knows Moke is good enough player that he's gonna be trusting him here.
That was so sick. I ain't gonna lie, to be honest, I thought it was the jumping fierce. But loaded up the shotgun, man. Hopped over the jetpack. I call it the jetpack, you know what I'm saying? Big up to the hey guys, please give a round of applause for Moke. For the one time. It was a great performance. No, y'all don't like it? Come on, y'all. You know Moke's guy. Like, give a round of applause, man. Yeah. Fine.
Impressive performance, sure. And I like not the last time you'll see him. I think at a top 3 or finals of a tournament in this game. He's super solid. Chris Wong, same kind of thing to him. I've been really impressed with the play all weekend. After sending Kakadu to the losing bracket, ran into Gashikun, obviously, we knew he was playing next man. That guy is just looking a little different.
He is a perfect way to say that, man. I wonder what Chris Wong is stressing right now. I mean, look, he had a chance to get used to how Gashikun plays, right? He hasn't seen him in a while. You know, Gashikun has had an opportunity to sit back and relax, watch a lot of Chris Wong, right? Just pick up on the path as he's moving forward. Of course, you know, the goal is the punches for the Capcom Cup for Gashikun mainly is he's just trying to end this in quick fashion. So it's up to Chris Wong to really slow this momentum down.
Yeah, you know, every Japanese player is like, I need you to do this so that we don't have to fight for that spot. I need you to clean this up so I don't have to deal with you in bracket. Come on, man. So we'll have to see. And Chris Wong is a big one, obviously. He got second place at his qualifier. So, you know, now he's like, man, I got second there. I can't get second at another, you know, qualifying event just back-to-back like that. That chance to get that opportunity. And his Luke has looked super crispy so far.
I mean, to be honest, Chris Wong has just looked dominant throughout the whole set. Then he walked into that Gashikun wall, man.
Right.
So that's the only guy that I've seen that's kind of like slowed down his steam a bit. But you know what? This is grand finals, guys. This is 3 out of 5, of course. 2 sets. Chris Wong has to win 2 sets to force Gotcha's gonna one. He's gonna punch that ticket, punch that golden ticket in the back pocket. Wake up and think, oh yeah, cash out.
Yeah, so he gave up the last set of pass. He really patient, but he could not put a stop sign on the drive rushes or fireballs or throws from Gotcha. Just snap you little drive rush, crouching light kicks, and other things with threats. And Chris Wong didn't have any consistent answers, whether it's because of the matchup or whether Gotcha's timing was just throwing him off, whatever it was, you know, he was just unstoppable on the ground.
No whip. Gotcha. That's how I look at it. Chris Wong has been very potent with good punishment in this tournament. And of course, Senatone becoming the wall, right, to invite again the low forward to the drive rush. Here's the thing about Gotcha. Movement is smooth, staying out of that low forward right. In this case, the crouching strong, right? But he's just making all normal shit. No good. It's gonna be very hard for Chris Wong to really land his man in. You gotta get in this bully. Obviously, you gotta get close. Drive rush and go the throw mix up before that.
Yeah. That's something that's really impressive for him so far. Look at that. Double thumbs up, fist bump. Looks like they're ready to go. After all this, over 300 players here this weekend. We are ready for our grand finals of the Singapore Offline CPT Premier. Luke versus Rashid. The future of Street Fighter against the streamer. Have to see how this goes.
Man, this JP Ken Grand Finals, I'm loving it. This is looking great.
Damn, early whip punish got. Didn't quite get the whip punish there on the perfect pairing to the drive rush jab.
All right, early. Oh, those were angry combos. Oh, he's looking a little more confident. Oh, okay, wait, not yet. Oh, that does combo, right? Driver pressure trick full forward.
Yeah, which is so cool. It gives you that nice little low approach that's super fast, very hard to stop. Ooh, big jump from Chris.
Oh, that was so meaty. What is he killed Cream to stand short. Nice, all right.
Yeah, I like that. It's a good button. It has a lot of action. Luke Denny heavy kick, good for that kind of stuff. He's chopping away with crouching medium punch. And Gotcha not giving him up a lot of looks, but whip on the overhead will do it. First round there to Chris Wong.
That's a great start. Long road, but it's a great start. This might be cross your chest.
Right. I like that little delay there from Gotcha also.
Looks like he added that in the arsenal. You try to mask it, but man, Gotcha was ready for that. But I like alternate parries. He's starting to add the driver now.
A lot of people parry into like gear and stuff like that. Oh, Gotcha-kun looking sad. JPG on that. I think the anti-air just gets stuffed. You hate to see it.
Not live on the stage. Maybe back home. Look at that perfect parry.
I like the empty jump. Gotcha-kun's kind of maybe bait a DP. Chris Wong doesn't fall for it.
Whipping out. We are connected some normal. Spin that cast, designate that ass, and there it is.
Game one already on the trip.
Man, what a stamp of approval. Oh, knuckles. Sheesh. All right, Chris Wall. See you, my boy.
Yeah, he's playing sharp. Very impressive. Ooh, ready this time early.
man. I like that streak just to push himself up. Wow! Yo!
Just like that, he was ready for it.
What a great commitment.
One hit away. Chris Wong looking so strong here. The overhead smacks him up, and we've got ourselves a reset 3-0 just like that.
That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. It got Wong and he thought about it for a second.
All the way
Go.
out.
Yes.
Looking at the headset, he's like, hey man, I couldn't hear when it said I got reset. What's going on?
I couldn't hear myself getting home.
This guy kept yelling perfect. Is that right?
He's Chuck Lee to the feather man.
So back there, having a think if you're got to need a total reset, right? I mean, that is rough to get. Inside Grand Finals, you feel pretty good, more confident, one set away, and then suddenly you're like, okay, man, I gotta sharpen up. I gotta try some new stuff. So right into the match here.
Yo, man, listen. Chris Wong's heart, I know for a fact, is pumping crazy right now.
Oh yeah, this guy's good, man. Watching Chris Wong, his decision making, so impressive.
Oh, trying to hold up forward. That's why you got to. Anytime you don't see a counter hit at all, somebody gets because they're usually trying to jump out.
I like the grab number there. Spike, he gets the back dash setup. Nice little light to get the big throw.
Yes.
Oh. On the overhead. Chance now for Chris.
He probably thought he was closer to the wall.
Oh, big bet. Try to bait something. Gotchu doesn't do it. He's in burnout, but he's got the pressure here. Hits the big problem though. How does he avoid the chip? Or the jab, yeah. Good spot there for Gotchu.
You know what? Man, it's just so much going on, man, in the high. You know, I'm backseat a little bit, but you know what? Hey, little suggestions here and there.
Yeah. It's hard in this game. Whoa, that was tricky. In this game, it's really hard to be referee playing, right? You watch people make mistakes and have to defend.
Oh, no, the category 5. It's too strong.
Oh, and he was just whipping a throw. Doesn't get the enhanced tornado, though. Dang, that's a little unlucky for Gotchu, and I think that's why he tried to mix it there. Looking for that. Chris Wong is a bully in this corner. You see him walking up with punish. That was ridiculous.
Are you serious?
I love that he just goes light, back dash, right? Gets that space, looking to jump out. He's not gonna play that too low.
Controls left, right. Oh! Controllers are right. Not joysticks. You can't call those joysticks. Damn! I never seen that one.
Oh. Look at this. Gotchu has a chance, though. Throw. Tornado's back again. Enhanced jump.
Nice defense. Oh my God. He's still alive. Cross that line on the sand. Nice block on the low forward. No fight on the throw. Gotcha. It's still alive as well.
Chips the big threat. Goes the chipping. Next block could do it. Gotchu does have the EX fireball, but Chris Wong could get the level 3. Plus on that. Oh, he had that hit. He didn't believe. Oh, man. He had his hands on his face. Chris Wong knows he could have hit him from the card combo maybe. But Gotchu now game on the board.
I like how they didn't do nothing and I screamed.
That's the best part about fighting games. Yeah.
Ooh, the jumps man, how the flag pole. I like the way crouching, strong, trying to open the fucking door, not like we call it, into the jab just to get the proper setup. Wake up, EX Mixer. I need some space down there, Spacio.
Tried the old school anti-air, no go, corner carry off the EX Arabian Cyclone all the way to the corner. Ow! It's chunky on that.
You know, I can literally see Luke go like this, bro.
Turn the hat backwards. You know how many times I've done that in my life?
All right, I see what's going on here. Listen, you know, in this case, yeah, I think you turned that switch on.
I think you're right. Oh, pick up on the 3Bs. Gotcha. No drivers confirmed. He's got level 2. Love that he spent it. Not greedy with the meters. Oh,
if that would have worked out.
He walked up and tried to palm him like a basketball. You saw that?
Time to guess. No, get off of me. Oh, the call out. Okie dokie, Chris Wong. Hey now.
Nice. That was so clutch, man. Just drive rushing in says, I'm going to hold down back for my life. shimmy in there. Gets the jab. And burnout now. So big chance for Gosh. Good nice punish. He'd be tricky here if he wants to also. Overhead. Meaty. He gets the combo off. Spike. Rough spot for Chris Wong. Doesn't have CA, but Gosh, big old lead. Oh no!
Yeah. Spend it. No. Confident. Oh no, you know we held.
Yeah, next hit will do it. That's why I think he saved it. Not like this. Not okay. That was almost Gotcha-kun's disappointed face on the anti-air dodge ABG, man. that was almost it. If he died like that, oh man.
I want to say goodbye. Hey. I respect that. Man, what is that? Is that defensive mind?
Oh, walk back looks good. Eagle spike, level 2. Smart choice from Gotcha-kun here. Overhead, but nothing off.
No shimmies. Good defense. Yeah, the drive reversal. That was clean.
That drive gauge is visible though. We're gonna see if he jumps. Yeah, he tried to get out of there. Nice pickup for a medium punch. Oh, the bait was clean. I think he might be able to kill here with the big combo. Doesn't get the good bounce, but oh, no one's home. 2-0. Gotcha-kun turning things around. Yeah, this is a stressful set. So good too. It feels like he's really close to clutching out both of those games too. Gotcha, solid as ever. Up to the set, 1 game away from punching his ticket to Capcom Cup with Rashid.
Not Rashid, let's point at the camera. Hey, Luke, can you let him know that I'm live?
Skip on the last, yeah. The faces, man. Every time. Good point. Gotcha. Oh, out in the air like that. Clean little pickup. Overhead block, but he still has the plus range. Oh, nice.
The plus range don't hit though in this case. Nice and dirty.
Like, go right back to the new wrap. A little bit more whirlwind. Trying to throw off Chris Wong. I like it. Yeah, he's been stuffing the drive rushes so you get some different looks. Maybe make him jump. That's what he does.
Yeah, when he throws a wind shot, he extends his hurt box a little bit to the left. So that's why he's like anticipating the crowd to strong.
It's a smart choice, I think. Chris Wong trying to stop away. Looking for a different approach.
Little game of hot game. Let's go here.
Parries baits the throw. And he gets the hit. 1 round away from Gotcha-kun being our champion.
Are we clocking out? And we're clocking in.
I gotta say, Chris Wong's really been fighting on defense way more. Those throws, Gotcha-kun taking big advantage of it.
Nice interruption. I think he interrupted the overhead attempt for sure. Nice interruption.
There. Parry, yep. Here's the Gotcha-kun start driver throwing that or rely on timing from the parry. Overhead again in neutral.
Oh, we released it. What are you trying to do on the release?
Not sure. This is big now.
They crouch jab. No bite kick. Got you.
Oh, into the flat knuckle. That worked. Oh my God, the link into the level 2 on the fully charged flat knuckle. The awareness from Chris Wong.
That was the first time it was represented in the set zone. The wall jump. That's crazy.
Yeah, unreal awareness. It is a lot of meter committed though. Nice. Gotcha-kun's ready. He has level 2 also, so anytime he wants to reach the neutral here, take advantage, he can. Overhead catches him jumping.
Halfway on the finish line. Oh no, the category 5. Gotta think about this for a second. Chris Wong though doesn't really have to panic here. Just take it. You gotta take as long as he's still alive. Oh no, you tried it?
Yeah. Oh no, it beat the anti-air. It's a huge chance now. Level 1. Gotcha-kun's gonna be out of burnout first. Be careful not to standby. He tries to attack though. Oh, finds the low medium pick. Close to the corner now. He's got the drive gauge back. Level 2 again. Maybe final chances here for Chris Wong. Does go for the parry. Oh, but the nice punish. Yeah, he knew the tornado was going to be there. I like that choice. He's ready. The counter DI. Gotcha-kun flips to the other side. The Eagle deep in his character, right? He's like, this is the character I like to play. I'm going to be playing this character. I'm committing to it. And, you know, in the beginning, I think a lot of people thought Rashid was strong, but I don't know if they believed enough to say, like, oh, he's good enough. This character's from the top to top, but clearly has this character and took it all the way.
Well, you know what? Before we send it up to a break, send it off to a break, we're going to do the topping ceremony for you guys who missed it tonight. But I just want to say thank you guys at home, man, for rooting for Stacey and, of course, rooting for Marine, rooting for Mike Ross to get involved with all of this. That's why I'm rooting to get this done. You don't have to be all dramatic and all that, but we've been missing in action for a while.
here on the stage with our top 3 finalists for Capcom Pro Tour offline premiere here in Singapore. Starting off number 3, all the way from Japan, representing Team Yogun, we've got Moke! Number 2, he put up a valiant effort resetting the grand finals match all the way from Hong Kong. Yes, Esports, Chris Wong!
Oh, the lilac snow drifting down so soft and slow outside my window.
And your CPT offline premier champion for Singapore 2023. Give it up for Japan's Red Bulls Good 8 Squad, Gachikun!
It's coming in the distant chill with memories of winters past, of the ones I wish would have lasted. Oh, the lilac snow.
大会優勝しておめでとうございます。今どんな気持ちですか？
めちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。はい、嬉しいです。
How is Gachikun feeling right now? He is feeling super happy after winning this. 2018年にカプコンアジアファイナルも優勝して、やっぱりシンガポールに来て大会中の運と調子がいいですか？
2018年優勝で次の年が確か2位か3位で、結構シンガポールは上位の方に行ける大会な、まあ、ジンクスがあるんですごい合ってます。
So, asking about Gachikun's history, in 2018, he actually won the Capcom Pro Tour Asia Finals right here. And of course, with a brilliant victory here in 2023. So his connection, his luck, and his performance here in Singapore is always a marvelous one. まあ本大会優勝して、Capcom Cup X 出場権取れて、Capcom X の大会に向けて意気込みお願いします。
今年すごい賞金額も上がってそこが注目されがちですけど、プレイヤー自体はストリートファイター5より6の方が増えてきて、新しい選手もどんどん出てきよんで、そこにすごい注目してレベルの高い大会にもっとなっていけばいいなと思ってるんで、本戦も頑張ります。
So of course, if you win an offline premiere, you get an automatic spot to Capcom X. That is the grand finals next year. So heading into that tournament, Gachikun is really excited that compared to 5, the player population in 6 has increased dramatically, and he's really happy that the attention and the community has grown in size and really wants to do his best in winning the grand finals in Capcom Cup X. やっぱりカヤトースト食べて美味しいですか？ So if you follow Gachikun's Twitter, and I hope you do, you'll see that he ate some of that delicious kaya toast, and it is definitely sweet and delicious. まあラシードもストリーマーっていうキャラの設置なんですけど、はいラシード、ガチ君も、まあプロ選手ストリーマー、ガチ君のファンと家族と友達へのメッセージと宣伝お願いします。
まあ普段いいですか？普段かなり、まあ、ストリートファイターリーグもちょっと負けてしまって個人戦の方頑張ろうと思ってすごい普段から練習付き合ってもらってる人にまず感謝ですし、まあ、最近このねスポンサーも増えましたんで皆さんよろしくお願いしますっていうのとうちの妻が、もう誕生日なんで24日か、まあ明後日誕生日なんで、まあいいプレゼントができたらと思います。ありがとうございます。
So of course, Rashid as a character is a streamer, and Gachikun, a pro player and also a content creator himself, is definitely about getting some of that clout. So he wants to give a shout out to some of the sponsors that you see from Good 8 Squad on his jacket there. And you guys are gonna love this. It was his wife's birthday recently, and so as a birthday present, he wants to send all his love with his victory. Thank you very much, Gachikun. Thank you very much for staying with us. Wait, if you loved what you saw, sit back down. Sit back down, hot dog. If you guys loved what you saw today, here in person and on stream, I have good news for you. There is another offline premiere Capcom Pro Tour Premier Tournament happening in France in a couple of weeks. There's still time to sign up, set your alarms, set your stream reminders. We would love to see you there in person as a player, as a fan, as a spectator, live or in chat. So we hope to see you there. Thank you very much, everyone. Get home safely. It was a pleasure delivering some fighting game action to you all.
much help. That was so freaking smart from Kioma. Because it's like, we haven't seen a whole lot of drive impact coming from these players because they can definitely react to it. It's just like, all right, a one button hit, there we go. But Kioma was so smart knowing the health on Thunder.
Yep. Look at this, Kioma now. He has been showing us a ton of mid-range situations right now. He is trying to go up 2-1 against Stunner. But a beautiful EX dive kick gets Stunner right in there.
Oh, there we go, the tick throw. Yep, that is just so hard to kind of call out too. But close enough to grab the drive impact.
Yeah, throws the drive impact. Burnout against Cammy. This is huge.
He was waiting for that, but there we go. The super one wake up. That's totally fine because you are stunned. You are in the corner. You do not want to get wall splat.
Stunner does not want to get stunned right now.
Oh
boy. Oh, trying to drive rush in there. Nice check. Gets the cross up here. Going to be able to get a good combo here. Just needs one setup, one hit, and he's got all of his meter. He missed the drive kick. He missed the dive kick. Execution error costing Stunner the game. That is brutal. That is brutal. Oh,
it's like the salt on the wound right now. That's how I feel. That is so unfortunate because that's not what he wanted. He wanted to give it your dive pick, but again, you know, we've seen those instances where like he did delay the dive pick too. He just did not do jump whatsoever. He didn't even seem to do like a normal jump.
Right.
So I know for a fact that he did not want that.
Yeah. Oh my Stunner God. Right now is, I mean, yeah, we've seen Stunner a bunch of times go back to the lobby and try to gather himself a little bit. And yeah, in that situation, an execution error costing him the game right now, he is definitely kind of in a, all right, okay, calm myself down. Let's get back into this. But Kioma, you know what? Look, you've played so many fighting game matches. You've dropped stuff all the time and gifted victories to opponents. You'll take it every once in a while. You know, when your opponent messes up on you, you're just like, well, sorry, you know, thanks, but
sorry, not sorry in a way.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, here we go. Now Stunner definitely finds, you know, the mentalness and just kind of chill, wait things out. Oh no! On the way down as with punish, Kioma looking very strong to get 3 medals on deck already.
Oh, nice reaction. Gets the OD, fakes that out, go for the command throw just to build another medal. Do the OD version to make sure it kills. You're at 4 medals. I don't know if Stunner is basically mind board right now because he is not playing as solidly as he was before. All right, here's a good opportunity. But see, dropping a combo like this.
Yeah, it's definitely just from that round. It's like I definitely could have won that. But Kioma not backing down just yet. He is still sticking with his game plan, going for a hit grab that still does a good amount of damage and just backing things out. Grabs the way down. No, just one more. We're gonna see an overhead or a low forward. Going for the drive impact because he knows that he does not have enough health. Kioma going 3-1 over Stunner and is going to go against Namikaze.
Grand finals, ladies and gentlemen, of Capcom Pro Tour Online. Kioma going up against Namikaze. They fought each other on the winner's side earlier this tournament. Namikaze came out on top 3-2. Kioma battled his way in loser's bracket with Manon all the way back to grand finals. Here we go. DJ, Manon, Namikaze, Kioma, grand finals. Let's go!
We chilling. Oh, button check? Oh no!
Namikaze is on winner's side, as you saw there, the little W there. Kioma is on loser's side. As I mentioned, Kioma has to put Namikaze in the loser's bracket before he can eliminate him. So he needs to win 2 sets of 3 out of 5, and Namikaze only needs 1 set. We'll figure out what's going on and get this snow.
Drifting down so soft.
Okay, you have to do it again though. You have to do it again. Okay.
Outside my window, I watch it go. All the lights, though the world may seem so still, it's coming.
It looks like there is some
the candles on the tree glow, softly lighting up the lilac snow. Then the quiet of the winter night was filled with wonder and pure delight. Oh, the light like snow tells secrets of long ago, of carols sung, of gifts we've known. Oh, the light like snow whispers softly on the wind as memories come flowing. As the light falls on
And we are going to see it here. Grand finals. I believe we're good to go. It looks like we're good to go. Let's go.
So it's Namikaze, Kioma, grand finals. Let's go.
There you go.
All right. So good start here for Namikaze. Going to get a big combo and a corner push here. Off the machine gun punch. Probably going to get a sit. No, actually just dashes it. Here we go. Kioma did build up one better at the beginning of this round, however.
stay bold as we go, consistent
I kind of like that.
as
Like
we grow.
Kioma would always kind of go for like the safest EMP route, just going drive rush after doing medium punch and then going in for the shorts. Namikaze, look at all that life lead and doing that sway once more. His sways are so on point because when he sees Kioma grab, he's like, no, I'm just gonna kick her ankle. So goes next round. No, this is the punish. Oh, is that
So maybe you could stay, 'cause you got me thinking that possibly you've changed. I need
You look at all that drive meter. But Kioma still trying to play patient as ever.
Back to back.
Yeah, that's gonna be unfortunate because I kind of like how Kioma was able.
And I really hope that he can calm down a little bit, because this to me is one of the most charismatic members, and particularly if you've ever heard his comms.
Yeah.
This guy, he's a little bit
What does he
crazy.
say?
It's not even just what he says. It's just he's like, you know, Singed, right? He's like.
Yeah, his Singed.
That's the energy he has. He's just like giggling whenever he makes a play. He's I think really also the beating heart of that team, and one of the reasons why to me, even though in playoffs he wasn't as good, KT looked so good in the regular season, and they became a lot more resilient, which for a lot of these players has been a consistent problem throughout their career.
Okay.
It's one of those interesting things that, you know, you can look on paper at the skill of players, but sometimes it is the mood makers in the team. It's the people that can get you happy, can get you upbeat, that really make a huge difference.
And apparently that's Lens, and now
There
for
you go.
real, standing by with Lore.
And welcome back to BSI for the Verizon post-game interview after KT takes down Weibo in their third match of the Swiss stage, and I'm here with support Lehens to talk about this one. Thank you so much for joining me today. I've talked with BDD before the game when you guys drew the team, and he was telling me that actually he didn't feel quite confident when it comes to this matchup and that they could be a difficult opponent. What was your understanding of Weibo, and how did you prep for them?
우선은 인터뷰 정말 감사드립니다. 어제 드로우가 끝나고 BDD 선수와 이야기 나눴을 때 BDD 선수가 사실은 웨이버가 뽑혔는데 엄청나게 자신 있지는 않다. 조금 어려운 상대가 될 수도 있을 것 같다라는 평가를 내려주셨는데 리엔즈 선수는 웨이버란 팀을 어떻게 분석하셨고 어떤 식으로 준비하셨나요?
일단 B 선수가 좀 뭐랄까 이게 좀 겁쟁이 같고요. 근데 저는 그냥 이길 수 있다고 생각을 했고 웨이버 같은 경우에는 더샤이 선수가 좀 변칙적인 플레이를 많이 해서 그냥 더샤이 선수만 조심하면 뭐 그렇게 크게 변수 없다고 생각했습니다.
I just think BDD is a coward, you know. I thought we were going to win today, and I think the only thing we had to watch out for going into this Weibo matchup is the shy because he is the one making unexpected plays. But other than that, I was feeling pretty confident.
Well, I love this kind of answers, honestly, but focusing a bit more on KT, it feels like everything was clicking today. Aiming played phenomenal. You guys had the best energy. Playing with BDD as well was honestly really well put. How strong do you guys feel right now when you compare to how strong KT was in the LCK playoffs in summer?
오늘 정말 모든 게 잘 딱 들어맞는 것 같았고 에이밍 선수도 눈부신 활약을 보여줬고 두 분의 시너지도 굉장히 좋았는데 그렇다면 LCK에서 보여줬던 KT의 그런 퍼포먼스에 비해서 지금 얼마나 더 강해졌다고 생각하시나요?
사실 뭐 정규 리그는 많이 이겼는데 끝이 안 좋았어가지고 사실 비슷한 것 같고요. 앞으로 좀 더 잘할 생각밖에 없습니다.
I mean, we did a good job during the regular split, and then our ending was not that great. So I think we are right now on the similar level, but I just want to keep working hard and, perform better.
Could you give me some specifics on what you would like to work on to get better?
그러면 어떤 점을 조금 더 개선하고 싶으실까요?
아무래도 팀 합이 가장 중요한 것 같습니다.
Teamwork for sure.
Teamwork for sure. Focusing a bit more on your results in Swiss right now, you guys are 2-1. Where would you rank yourself among LCK team, and how strong do you think the LCK is right now at Worlds?
이제 스위스 스테이지 여태까지 성적이 2승 1패이신데요. 지금 다른 LCK 대표팀들과 비교했을 때 KT가 어느 정도로 강하다고 생각하시는지, 그리고 LCK 자체가 지금 어느 정도의 경쟁력을 갖췄다고 생각하시나요?
일단 저 개인적으로는 LCK가 당연히 가장 강하다고 생각을 하고 2승 1패 팀이 좀 많은데 잘하는 팀이 많은데 그래도 꼭 올라가서 지금과 경기하고 싶습니다.
For me, I personally think that LCK is the strongest, and there's quite a lot of 2-1 teams so far. So, I just want to do my best and make it to quarters and play JDG.
And you among the LCK team, where would you be?
그러면 LCK 팀들 간에 좀 비교를 해보신다면?
저희가?
네.
아래서부터 올라가겠습니다.
I just want to say we're going to just start from the bottom and just keep climbing.
All right, being humble here. 인터뷰 감사합니다.
네,
Thank you so much, Lehens and Jason. Thank you so much. Joel, sucks to lose again, I guess, and shocks back to you.
Yeah.
That's my takeaway.
That's what he said. He's a coward, I guess. He thought this was going to be a hard match. Wow, I love it. So much personality. He said it, not only on the rift, but also off the rift.
Yeah, that's classic Lehens. And I think it really is for a team with players like Keen and Aiming that in the past have struggled with being consistent. I think he's such an important part of why this team has worked as well as they did. Because I was very skeptical at the beginning of the year when the roster was announced, and they've obviously done really well for themselves.
Amazing. Love to see them win more so that we can get more interviews. Speaking of interviews, of course, KT were in this position in the first place because they couldn't take down BLG, and BLG earlier, they took down Fnatic, so Laura caught up with Bin in the Verizon post-game interview.
And we're back in the interview area as BLG grabs their second victory here in the Swiss stage, and I have Gigapin with me to talk about this one. Ni hao. Thank you so much for joining me. I want to follow up on something that T1 Zeus said in an interview, the fact that Oscar Renin may be one of the few Western top laners who could go toe-to-toe with LPL and LCK top laners. What did you think of him now that you faced him?
那首先恭喜你们获得这场比赛的胜利，也是拿下了第2胜。其实今天面对到 Fnatic 的一个上路选手，其实之前 T1 的宙斯选手有在一些采访当中提过，说他可能是比较少的一些欧美的一些选手，欧美的上路选手，但是是可以和 LPL、LCK 的上路来过招，来打得有来有回的。所以说今天面对到他以后有什么样的感受呢？
其实我之前就是训练赛，包括比赛都是没有预示过他嘛，所以今天第一次跟这位选手对线的话，我觉得他其实玩得蛮好的。因为今天这把游戏其实前期我们是3月1把他越死过一次的，然后第二波他最近换血非常成功吧，然后这个他也又把我越了，其实这个是他做的比较好的地方，然后也是我失误比较大的一个地方，所以就导致我们前期可能我上路本来应该是优势的，但是我被人有点小烈了。
To be honest, I haven't met against him like in the scrims or on stage, so this is my first time to play against him, but that definitely feels like he's a great player, and especially in the laning phase, we feels like we just make the tower dive against him, but after that, he just caught the jungler together to make a tower dive.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
After the first tower dive, he can still like do a
Dreams help more than Boston's growth.
So this could be the reason that why we just put ourselves in a disadvantage in the laning phase from the very beginning. So he just did amazing stuff.
Well, thank you for these insights, promising from this rookie top laner. But focusing on you, you're one of the veterans and best top laners we have in the tournament. Who would you like to face here?
那其实说到你，你也是非常非常优秀的上单选手，在这一次世界赛的舞台上，有想和谁交手吗？
我觉得世界赛舞台上的每个上路选手都很强吧，不管是就是欧洲还是北美、中韩，我觉得就是数不过来吧，就可能有6、7个我认为都上了嘛，所以这次我也并没有特别想和谁交手吧，因为我只想和最强的队伍交手，不管是谁，只要。
To be honest, I really feels like on the international stage, it's kind of the world championship, all the top laners are super strong. And if you let me to say one name, it's a bit hard for me because I can't call it with my hands. Only 6 different names suddenly jump into my hands. My head, it won't stop.
First blood.
Shush! As the dreams turn to sleep.
An enemy has been slain.
You have to close your eyes to open them. Quiet things are strong. That's why I'm whispering. A yawn is a smile before sleep.
An ally has been slain. Okay.
Well met. If I wasn't already running.
An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
Is this my nightmare? Or yours? How can I tiptoe when I don't have toes? Every human has a little sparkle. I'll face anything, but won't look it in the eyes. to you, Dream. The humans forget so much when they're awake. I know how to use this.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree.
Okay. Don't trip. Oops. Okay, don't trip again. Don't trip again. Whoa!
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Enemy killed.
Do you think they'll remember me, Dream? When they wake up, do they remember themselves? A leaf rustled. Is it okay if I touch my branch? Fuck.
An enemy has been slain.
Every time I hold my branch, I see the tree getting bigger.
An ally has been slain.
Nothing cries louder than lonely. A curly mind twists towards possibilities.
An ally has been slain.
Look around for
An
threats.
enemy has been slain.
Times the charm.
An ally has been slain.
When they say goodnight, do you think
Shut down.
The beauty of the world beckons desires to be real.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Time to outrot my awkwardness.
An ally has been slain.
I just had the strangest reality. What lies beneath the surface, we'd lie down to see.
Enemy rampage. Turret plating will soon fall.
I'll face anything. Won't look at anyone. Every human
Shut
has a little
down.
sparkle.
Enemy killing spree. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Close your eyes so I can say hello. Be safe with me, dream.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Okay.
Now I just have to wait for my confidence to regain.
Enemy killing spree. Shut down. turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
The beauty of the world beckons desires to be real. Nothing cries louder.
An enemy has been slain.
Daydreams, night dreams, morning dreams. When they say good night, do you think they mean it?
Your turret has been destroyed.
Better a sleepy head than a sleepy head. Sometimes they're all wibbly. Sometimes they lift me up like a bubble.
Dominating.
I can't stop from hiding, from being alone. Maybe, possibly, someone will be
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage.
like we mentioned before, so they're actually able to set up their cannons in their own base, but they're also firing her Watcher bolts at the same direction, and I'm trying to figure out if their Watcher is able to hit base 2, which would be crazy. And this is KR's base at the moment in that forest. We haven't actually seen any other nodes at the moment, which makes me kind of wonder if maybe the fights have ended. But yes, no, we're in KR's, well, we were on KR's base right there, but now it looks like we're still on KR's base, but just like a different camera, and with blue now having that counter attack, and they're slowly just on top of the hill there. But it looks like KR is still able to keep them outside the base, pushing a little bit, but excellence there too for some reason. Is it just a free-for-all happening right there in the fight?
Seems like it. I do remember you seeing like a base getting cannon, right? I think CA might actually be the one. Look at the amount of cannons they have on top of the rocks.
So we're going to just have a brief moment. We have like a notice regarding some issues. So regarding the possible issue with abnormal HP when reviving during Node War, as stated in our official rules for the event, we may declare today's round as a draw if issues are identified as interfering with the match. We're continuing to monitor the situation.
To kill most of the people.
So that's our official notice of that.
Well, you are a diplomat.
If someone missed it,
Well, none of this will matter if you don't make that bloody hammer. Why can't you just wave your finger over a wizard to raise the dead? Whatever.
You shut your knee around. Works through an instrument.
That may be the worst justification for a man holding his penis that I've ever heard. And I am 200 years old.
Look, I am a forge master. I didn't invent the name, all right? That's just what they call us. And the magic has to be focused through an instrument, like breath being pushed through a flute.
This isn't getting any better.
I need the bloody hammer. Is that better?
So use a bloody hammer. There must be 1,000 bloody hammers around here.
No, it's got to be special.
Your special hammer.
Would you stop? It has to be made from scratch in a very particular way, or else it won't work.
Like a flute with no holes.
Right.
For fingering.
Would you stop?
So when you blow it, nothing comes out?
Good God, woman.
I'm bored and it's fun to horrify you. Indulge me. And think of something to tell Carmilla. She's getting very cross.
Oh dear, how sad. Never mind.
반겨주던 네 소리들만
Well, make it work faster. If Carmela loses her temper, I won't be able to stand in front of you for long.
You'd stand in front of me?
I've been doing it for weeks.
Yes. Yes, I suppose you have. Well, thank you. I'm working on it.
You know what I'm going to say.
Work faster.
Yes.
Yes. But it needs to be perfect, or nothing will come out of the end.
Ugh, you're disgusting.
Has Hector made his fucking hammer yet?
He's still working on it.
He's stalling.
He's too simple for that.
Feel the thorns embrace.
No. There's a deviousness in him.
Would you suspect a ragdoll of planning to steal your coin purse?
You mistake that puppy thing for being placid and stupid. He can kill.
He tried. Once. It was half-hearted at best.
See?
See what? You weren't there. He was confused and frightened and barely even knew what he was doing.
I'm warning you. All right? I'm just warning you.
Please, would Dracula have kept him around in his...
placid and stupid. He can kill.
Today, we're going to be taking a look at your matches. So this is one of the most requested videos I've had on the channel, and I might kind of come at this a different angle. We're going to be looking at just one replay from each viewer that submits a replay, and I'm going to try to diagnose and give them my thoughts as quickly as possible, right? So think of it as like speed coaching almost. I've seen enough. I think there's a lot to learn even just from watching one replay, and we'll try to distill down the essence of what I think someone's doing well and what I think they can improve upon. What are you cooking? Wait. So, what do we got, chat? Oh, I'm actually Modern Kim sounds interesting. I've never seen a Modern Kim, so let's take a look at this. The thing is, like, I don't know what Modern Kim really gets you. Like I guess you could like react to like anti-air of Tatsu better and like level 1 shit faster, level 3 shit faster. All right. Here's your first issue, bro. This is like not worth it. So like you do 2MK, you're plus like 5, right? So you can do like stand heavy punch, you can do crouch medium punch. Generally, you almost never want to go into target combo on block, because in order to make that target combo on block safe, you have to spend 2 bar here, right? Which is like, it's not even safe, because like if Luke just does EXDP, it pretty much beats like every option. Also, like, a good player here would like not whiff the stand heavy kick, is what I'm trying to say. Like, they would see the neutral jump and then they would just like, you see how you're just like, you're literally mashing heavy kick? Like a strong player would just not mash heavy kick, and then they would react to the jump with 2 HP. Okay. Yeah, you have to confirm that in the elbow. You have to confirm that in the elbow. Yeah, 2LP elbow. Back throw. You have to. As actually, I think you could have got a back throw there, but even if it's a tech, like it's still better than nothing. Because like tech's pretty much the only thing you can do. You just made some like pretty poor decisions on defense. Nice. Okay, so the way these perfect parries work is like the higher up they are, the more frame advantage you have, right? So this is probably like a plus 6-ish. So you could have got like a crouch medium punch and a stand medium punch combo. But like I think stand heavy punch was actually just too slow. You lose crouch medium punch with Kim, right? Yeah, that sucks. You lose crouch medium punch. But I mean, even regardless, like I don't think. Oh, you get stand heavy punch there, but that's fine. Okay, bomb setup. Yep. Wait, you didn't need to do that, bro. Okay, so first of all, here on this setup, you have so much frame advantage. See how you're plus 9? Just do a walk back shimmy because it's safer in case they super. The second thing is like the DI here. You time this like, even if the DI hit, you would have gotten like no damage, and you were unsafe because like the bomb hit after the DI and has like no block stun. So in general, I wouldn't recommend doing it because like it's super gimmicky and it's not that great. All right. This has gotta go. Never do target combo on block. So you even if you play Mario, you can just do crouch jab, stand jab, and to stand medium punch. And you have plenty. You have all the time in the world to hit confirm that, right? Oh yeah, you're minus there, so you gotta be a little careful with that. Yeah, you don't want DI. So that DI fucked you. One thing I would say is this guy was throwing you a lot. I think you should try to up forward elbow drop in the corner, like just to beat the throw. Whether it's like up forward elbow drop or up forward like medium kick or jump medium kick, I think that's really strong. Other than that, like I thought you were using drive rush and neutral, you're using that pretty well, but you just gotta like watch your block strings more. All right, I think that's about it. Who we got next? Kubuku? Yeah, I'll take a look at yours, bro. Combo execution is getting somewhat better by struggle neutral. Yeah, let's take a look. Wait, all right. Kubuku, we gotta talk. Who won and done here? Don't tell me you took the L and left. At least have a good excuse for this. You know what? Let's take a look at the replay. We'll find it.
until my seeds take root. Such a busy world. You have been slain. Things aren't always what they seem. Venture could be compound. An enemy has been slain. Just a harmless flower. Take careful steps. The forest holds many surprises.
Thanks for the practice, stupid.
Killing spree. So much more to see. Wait until my seeds take root. Enemy rampage. Such a busy world. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Things aren't always what they seem. Don't trust the beaten path. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. None will escape my grasp. The forest holds many dangers. Enemy triple kill. So much more to see. Such a busy world. Killing spree. Things aren't always what they seem. My prey thinks it's an ally has been slain. Shut down. Come closer. Promising garden. Just wait. Just a harmless flower. Turret plating will soon fall. Take careful steps. The forest holds many surprises. So much more to see. Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Such a busy world. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Stable as we
Your turret has been destroyed. So much more to see. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. None will escape my wrath. Your turret has been destroyed. Has been slain. Such a busy world. Things are fun. defeat.
you could stay. 'Cause you got me thinking that possibly I've changed. I need slow love. Yeah, the real one. I've seen it in my dreams, strange as you may seem.
Oh, the lilac snow drifting down so soft and slow outside my window. I watch it go. Oh, the lilac snow. And though the world may seem so still, it's coming in a distant chill with the memories of winters past, of the ones I wish would have lasted. Oh, the lilac snow tells secrets of long ago, of carols sung, of gifts we've known. Oh, the lilac snow whispers softly on the wind as memories come flowing in. Once the candles on the tree glowed, softly lighting up the lilac snow. Then the quiet of the winter night was filled with wonder and pure delight. Oh, the lilac snow tells secrets of long ago, of carols sung, of gifts we've known. Oh, the lilac snow whispers softly on the wind as memories come flowing in. As the lilac snow Jamie wins! Round 1. Fight! Round 2. Fight!
Time to train.
Fight! Round! Fight!
Bring in the heat! Rip
Ken wins! Here comes a new challenger! Round one. Fight! Eye on the prize! Round two. Fight!
challenger. Round one. Fight.
Bad mistake.
Round two. Fight.
Not so fast.
Final round. Fight.
Too slow. Wrong guy. To miss. Oh, you good?
Luke wins. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight.
Eye on the prize. Pay attention. Try and stop. Come here.
Final round. Fight.
Dragon Blast. Show all you can. Heat it up. I gotcha.
challenger.
Gotta do this. Round one. Fight. Round two. Fight. Come here. Not good enough. An opening. This is it. It's not over. Fight round. Fight. Dragon an opening. Come here. This is it. It's lacking. Saw that coming. Hadouken! 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 Black hole! Hadouken! Too fast! An opening! Floppy! Go-ta! Foolish! Hadouken! Coming at ya! Eat this! No escape! Shit! Ryu wins! Round one. Fight! Let's get it! Hadouken! 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 Right there! My turn! Go-ta! Not good enough! This is my chance! Round two. Fight! Dragon Blast! Saw that coming! Shoryuken! I am the prize! Hadouken! Damn! Got you! Let's get it! Go-ta! Shoryuken! Opening! Right there! Hadouken! Up and over! Shoryuken! Hadouken! Is this sublime? Ryu wins! Let's get it! Let's get it! Here comes a new challenger! Round one. Fight! Round 2. Fight. Good fortune. This one priority. Accepting. My journey is Dawson wins. Round 1. Fight. Round 2. Fight. Not so fast. Try and stop. Come here. This one priority. Accepting. My journey is Ken wins. Here comes a new challenger. Gotta do this. Round 1. Fight. How's this? Not so fast. Heat it up. Come here. Shoryuken. Up and over. Ken wins! Round 1. Fight!
Let's get it! Not so fast! Try to stop! Come here! Shoryuken! Tatsumaki! Eye on the prize! Foolish! Foolish! Gotcha!
Round 2. Fight!
How's this? Up and over! Pay attention! Try and stop it! Shoryuken! 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 Tatsumaki Senpu! Bad mistake!
KO! Ken wins! Here comes a new challenger! Round 1. Fight!
Hadouken! Hadouken! Strike! Foolish! You're in my way! Spike! Hadouken! Don't you get away! Too bad.
Round 2. Fight!
You're in my way. Spike! Up and over!
Fight! Round